30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Is the richest man in the world.
Well, that's only going to cause problems. What do you think? These
No
two guys are going to
way.
work? Oh, yeah, they're going to be buddy-buddy. Every little partnership with billionaires. These guys just work swimmingly together, don't they?
Elon Musk,
egos are involved.
Elon Musk, everything I've heard about him is he's easy to work
Well,
with.
when he's on frickin', ketamine, but I don't know how often that is.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Thursday, November 14th, 2024. Lovey, Captain Creamsicle, right out of the hole. Strong, $100. Thank you, Captain Creamsicle. Appreciate you, my friend.
Man, he lost everything, and he's doing better than I am.
T-shirt will, $20.
He did. He lost everything with not one but two hurricanes, and he's already just,
He's already back on his feet.
He's already back on his feet. As you can see, Brian the Babyface Matroni in here today, already just really smelling himself. All of just, my God. Let me, just from an outsider's perspective, is he not really like just already on it?
Yeah, he shot out of the cannon.
Yeah, Lovey's really outside this circle. So far removed from the show.
No, but like literally, it's literally me, Rhett, Lummy, and Macho Man versus you and your little F-boy over here.
What the hell?
You walk in here, you hand him.
We're buddies.
We don't know if it's a gift. We don't know if it's part of a break that you guys are scamming people with.
We're doing a Blizzard break at the. You wanted us to do a break at the Content House.
We don't know anything. We just know that there's like what looks like to be gifts exchanged, and we're just sitting here with the thumbs up our ass, and you guys have your own little text exchanged and phone. I guess you guys spoke on the phone a couple times yesterday.
Oh yeah, we speak almost daily.
Seth, do you enjoy talking on the phone with Babyface?
I see.
Or would you rather text message?
He grabbed me by the sack yesterday because I was.
He's a talker too. He's not a texter. He's a talker.
Well, Bubba, I was in Target and I was talking to him and I needed him to send me some money so I could get the cards for us. And so he sent me the money and I was like, all right, man, I'll call you later and let you know. He's like, what do you got going on? And I was like, well, nothing. I'm standing in the card aisle at Target. He's like, big deal. No one's around. He's like, let's talk. So he was holding me hostage yesterday in the Target aisle just to make small
nothing
talk.
Screams that I have nothing going on other than making your friend who's in the Target line. Like, Lummy, if I called you and you said, hey, I'm in the Target line checking out with Walker, I'd be like, listen, just call me back from your truck.
Yeah, call me later.
But that's not how it went down. He said, hey, I need you to send me money so that I can buy the cards for the break. First of all, we're bringing content to the Content House.
Okay,
so
well, if I was going to get the dodgeballs,
me.
if I was going to get the dodgeballs for Bubba, and I was asking him what color, and he goes, I don't know, just get them, and then that's the end of the
like
conversation.
Big Red's going to Costco or Sam's Club, wherever he's going to buy the food. He's not going to be bugging me with when he's in the checkout line.
What are you doing? What are you doing today?
Nothing.
I was asking if there's any hot MILFs in Target.
He really was. I didn't know what
man. You're supposed to be over there managing cases.
I was on my walk. I was my post-lunch walk, and I go for my walk, and that's when.
Now, what does your walk entail? You go down? Let me see if I can get it right.
He said he watched a bunch of people smoking outside a hotel.
You probably walk and you make a left out of your driveway, go all the way down Lemon to where it ends, make another left, go by that hotel, and then maybe come back all the way down by like the 7-Eleven, then cut over that little bridge gimmick, and then right back to and then come maybe through the back side of your office.
Pretty much, yeah. I do a lap around the hotel. I'll go walk back towards my office.
Is that like a mile?
Yeah, about a mile. Yeah, I do it after lunch, or sometimes I'll do it right before lunch, depending on the weather that day.
But just try to burn off lunch a little bit?
Yeah, just get up and move, because I get into my office usually around like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and sitting at my desk for a while, and I'm just trying to get up and
there's every
move.
times that you get to your desk and you're like, man, I really don't know what I'm going to do today.
No, I always have stuff going on.
Right.
You know, you make it seem like, because I talked to Seth for 5 minutes yesterday.
You got a whole army of paralegals that are doing all your work and filings for you, drawing up all your briefs and everything, and you're just signing off on it. Manage them.
I mean, there's a level of management going on, but how does stuff get done around here? Do you not work?
What do you mean?
You have a team working for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you wouldn't say that you don't do anything during the day, right?
No, well, no. Hell,
right.
Yesterday I edited 11 videos.
You see? There you go. So did I.
No, you did not. You got into a Twitter war with Alex Stein.
He just was. Bubba. I know.
What? You're going to stick up for him? You're going to say that if you're recognized by Creative Loafing as the #1 attorney and all of Tampa, that's a good look for you to be getting into a Twitter war with a known influencer who likes to start
a known agitator.
Yeah, a known agitator.
I just feel like Babyface is very involved in the show in a good way. He's plugged in, and it was a clip of him talking to Stein. So I felt like it was in play that he called Stein his son.
Simp on a blimp and all that kind of stuff. Like, what would the name, on the name calling.
I mean,
luckily, Tom.
He was cursing at me and very belligerent when we were on the air.
Well, that was on the air. Like, you don't got to continue that into your private sector.
That's not private. I mean, it's not like I'm taking shots at him out of the blue. Just calling him
message.
out. It's in the context of posts made that I'm trying to yeah. Okay, I'll ignore him. I'll pretend like he doesn't exist.
No,
You've sucked his exuberance from his body.
Look at him just back it right on down. I was only asking in question form if that's necessarily,
Well, do you think it's bad for the show? Do you think it's bad?
I think it might irritate Alex.
Okay, that wasn't the question. The question was, do you think it's good for the show or bad for the show?
And irritating Alex might be bad for the show.
You really though? Like, no, I'm not irritating him to the point of he'll never come on with you again.
Well, he's already said he doesn't want to come on Thursdays.
I wouldn't either after what happened last Thursday.
Lemmy, you and I have to manage Alex, and you know that he's got a little bit of a prima donna attitude, and so I can see where Brian engaging him after the engagement could be a little, pain in the assy, couldn't you?
Yeah, every Thursday, 8 a.m., having toothy. I mean, I could
the
see
shovel face in here, screwing with him.
Yeah.
Not only did the shovel face screw with him last week, but then he asked a day after Alex's appearance, and a day before Shovelface's appearance, he has to now have to, rehash what the high spot of last week.
That's right.
If there's anybody in this country at this moment who should be allowed to be effed with a little bit and irritated, it's Alex Stein. I mean, that's literally his gimmick.
Okay.
So it's not, he can't.
You're probably the only one that fights back. Everybody else just takes it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, all right, whatever. Do what you got to do, bud. I appreciate
on a
it.
blimp, say it.
Bubba, I don't think he even tagged Stein. I think he just retweeted the Bubba Army Twitter account, which is, good for the numbers and everything.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I'm just saying for the algorithm, the analytics and everything.
Oh, you mean the way I said I was his dad? He's my son?
Yeah.
What was that all about? Why were you calling him your son?
Because I owned him on the air. I'm his daddy now, so he's my son.
Yeah, Brian sunned him.
Look at Lummy's reaction. Like, oh, Jesus.
Well, but you don't have to
He
tell him
laughed.
that.
He gets it now.
Oh, I got it.
We love Stein. We're a very pro Stein show.
I love Alex Stein. I just think it's funny what's going on right now with all this. I love the fact that he got a 1-star from his Uber driver. The fact that he was in an Uber having that meltdown.
With you.
in front of his girlfriend too.
Oh, I love it. That's amazing to me.
So, Lummy, there was some really funny things I thought we reposted on our Twitter, and I've had a couple of them. I've been holding on to them for a couple of them for a few days, so I thought I'd clear them out first thing. Don't forget today's Twitch Thursday as well. We have to be somewhat on time because I'm going to try to end the show about 52:53. Ask everybody from Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook to one, if you've not established a Twitch account, go do that. Twitch.com. And then our particular channel is at the Bubba Army. It doesn't cost anything to sign up for. And the bottom line is you can subscribe to our channel. And if you have an Amazon account, you get a free subscription. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass and a little bit it kind of jump through hoopsy to get your free subscription, but most technical people can figure it out. I don't think I could.
They don't make it super easy.
They really
I will
don't.
say that
They really don't.
And like resubscribing every month seems like it's one of those gimmicks where they're trying to get you to screw up and not get for free.
Yes, I agree with you. The fact that they got the $4.99 subscription button just flashing at you, but then they got you're gonna resubscribe using your Amazon account hidden somewhere for you to have to find it.
This is a ringing endorsement for Twitch right now.
So anyway, we are going to do on Thursdays.
It's a great platform otherwise.
On Thursdays, and we're trying to get a little more twitchy. We've kind of abandoned Twitch, so we're trying to get a little more twitchy.
You're getting horny, buddy. I like how you call it twitchy. You saw that 21-year-old French woman, and now you all of a sudden invented Twitch Thursdays because of her.
She gave me a couple ooh-la-las.
Oh, booba.
Booba and a couple ooh-la-las. And I actually had somebody that it seemed like they appreciated me.
They did when you gave her 1,000 bits. I mean, she almost fell over.
It was $10. And it was only because we had that built up on our account. I didn't have to go,
You tried to give her more, but we didn't have it.
But Bubba's like the guy at the strip club who thinks the stripper's into him.
No,
Nobody wants to help her. It's
Brian.
Yes, sir.
You're not gonna put that on me because back in the day, bitch, I ran bitches far better than you ever thought about it.
I know, buddy.
So don't
I know.
Don't make me that guy.
It was a joke.
Did you date a stripper, Brian?
Oh hell!
Did I date one?
I thought he laid one out.
I'll tell you what, man.
Made her quiver.
If
Vegas,
you look at our complete body of work as to who's gotten more stripper ass for nothing compared to who's gotten less stripper ass and paid a lot, I would be winning that contest with Brian hands down. So he doesn't even want to go there.
I'm number 2 in this studio, though, for sure.
Yeah, I would. Well, I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Macho's pretty good looking. I mean, I don't know.
I thought Lummy was laying bitches out 3 at a time when he was single.
Lummy's
Well,
looking
I
at you.
wouldn't know about the strippers.
Right.
He
Yeah, it
was
was
meeting
more
at a
of-
church Bible study group.
That or fish wholesale groupies.
That's right. Exactly.
You go down to the docks
The
and be
flounder
like,
chasers.
the grouper groupies.
They're waiting for the guys to come off the boats at
Lummy
the end of
comes
their
off.
shift.
He's got his Gordon Fisherman, overalls on with his boots. Looks real rugged, He's been out to sea
right.
for 2 days, and the grouper groupies are all ready to go.
The slicker strippers.
So anyway, Lummy, I wanted to play a couple of these Twitter things. A couple of them I find funny, and I don't know if you guys. I retweeted. And I hope nobody clowns me on this, but I found, and listen, I know I'm not trying to brag or play the name game or anything like that, but I think everybody knows without playing the name game that I'm pretty good friends with Deion Sanders. I mean, I think everybody would, as much as a wannabe, and Bubba likes to play the name game and throw out name, and he's such a name dropper. Deion and I are pretty damn good friends. I've spent quite a bit of time talking to Deion over the phone. I've spent the night at Deion's house a few times.
I mean, I think that you can full stop there. You spent the night at a celebrity's house. That means you were either a stalker and snuck in, or you're actually a friend with them, and you're actually friends with them.
Right.
I mean that. Seth, have you ever had anybody stay the night at your house that wasn't close to you?
No,
That's
no.
a pretty close thing to do.
And out of all the people that Bubba does name drop, Dion is the guy that gets back to him the most.
Right.
And then I think Roger Stone is second when there might be money involved.
He
well,
smells it.
Like if you were to list like how well I knew these various celebrities.
Well, Dion's one, man.
Well, no, Hogan would be number one.
Well, but
obviously.
I mean, but he's
Not recently.
Yeah, but Dion would be number one, absolutely. And I don't.
Tony Stewart number 2.
Yeah, because I've spent many a nights at Tony's house. So anyway, make a long story short, there was this guy that was doing an impersonation of when the 2025 draft comes along, and he was doing this make believe that the Saints had the first pick and Carolina had the second pick, and Dion was gonna control where Shador and Travis Hunter went. And this guy probably does, next to Shiloh, his son, because Shiloh does a really good Dion impersonation, because they're always clowning on him.
Is this guy white or black?
He's black,
okay.
and he's
because no one does a better white Dion than you, Bubba.
No.
The best.
My white Dion, my white Dion. I'm a one-trick pony on that deal, and it sucks, quite frankly.
That's great.
But I wanted to play a few more things. Brian, one, I don't know if this is clickbait. Well, obviously it's clickbait.
Yeah,
but
it's a joke.
You don't think that this
No,
is
it's
for real?
already been exposed.
Oh yeah,
as being fake.
that
100%. Nobody actually believed that.
Look,
Right?
you could see the context below. It says.
All right, perfect. Not going to read that
Community
one.
notes on that, buddy.
All right, how about this one? Well,
Yeah, that one's.
This one's for real. Yeah, this one.
But Kamala Harris, I don't know if y'all heard, but Kamala Harris is $20 million in debt. She raised $1 billion in her campaign. Yeah.
Brandon Reams, 20 on the PayPal.
Thank you.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you.
She still finds herself with $20 million in debt. Donald Trump is offering to help pay down that debt because
Which that's where I don't believe.
Well, why doesn't he first pay all the cities that he owes for his rallies that he's stiffed over the years? I mean, let's start with that, right?
Well,
I think if you just look at what is left in the campaign account, I think it has been validated that she is $20 million in the rears.
That most candidates that are running usually have like a shortage at the end that their big donors end up making up for. I mean, this is not something unusual.
I know but this happens to be one of the larger ones I've heard of.
Well, because it's the biggest office for president.
Sure.
I mean, if we went back through and listed all the people that claim that Donald Trump stiffed them for his rallies and everything, I'm sure it would add up to be quite a bit of money.
that's what he is intending to do. Now, I do have a few other options that might be helpful for Kamala during this difficult time. Option 1, we can send her $750. Option 2, we can collect all the money possible to help and then send it to Ukraine. And my last option would just be, hear her out, see what she has to say about how this could have possibly happened, the mismanage of all this money. And then just tell her how we grew up in a middle-class family, and we really
wow, this lady's really bringing the humor
of all of our neighbors.
Well, here's the thing.
Dropping humor bombs.
But what happens, Brian, when this sort of thing does happen?
Like I just said, her big contributors will get together and they'll balance it out, and she'll end up zeroing out. The whole thing is a scam, right? Because what they do is their friends open up consulting firms, so you donate to them, so then they funnel money to their friends who buy TV spots and do these things. But meanwhile, they're taking half of the money that they were given from Kamala's, so they're getting charged like a middleman vig fee. The whole thing is a shakedown.
What you're saying is like they'll open up an advertising agency, they'll get a 15% haircut across the top.
Oh, like 50.
But they, they go to Fox National and be like, we want to spend $8 million, but don't forget we get a 35% our own agency haircut. So they pocket that, or they'll have flyers or different banners or things like that made, which are all people that work for the campaign's uncles and brothers who own these companies that are making the banners and making the flyers and all that kind of deal.
Yeah, all these advisors are getting paid, family members,
and that's on both sides of the fence. That's not
totally.
That's not on the loser or the winner. Continuing on our Twitter, Lummy, is this the poster?
Yes.
Of Alex's new movie that gets released on Saturday.
Yes.
Charleston White is the star. It's called Wrong Address. I guess it's all based on Alex being the landlord of the place where Charleston and his wife and kid live.
Yeah, he said it's an independent black film.
Yes.
It's an independent black film, right? And anyway, you can get by clicking on this. Now, do they not even have a trailer?
No, they do not.
Wow.
Where do they live then?
No. Tukey. All right. So let me continuing right on. Here. Oh, did you guys see this?
No.
How can ABC, is it the NBC or ABC that puts on The View?
ABC.
My God, this might as well be called the Man Haters Club.
I mean, how could they not be doing their job, Bubba, if a bunch of bros like us are talking about them?
So there's this clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question. Do we need men? Most answered very quickly, no. And only one said she thought women needed a man in their lives. Only one. But
by the way, all these bitches are married, too. Let's not forget that.
Men were asked a similar question, do we need women? Most of them said yes. So why do you...
Oh, hold on. I might like The View today because Whoopi's gone. I hate her.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate her.
think that is?
Because men are useless. I mean, love it. And by the way, I want to differentiate between straight men and gay men because I think I would die without gay men. Nobody can gossip.
Oh my goodness!
Like gay men.
Oh yeah, that's real useful. Yeah. Gossip is useful.
Sure, right.
Go out on an oil rig, you dumb bitch.
Can help you accessorize like gay men. Nobody can help.
Again, like that.
Yeah,
but
men are useless. Okay, then let's get these bitches out on the oil rigs and see how useless men are.
Yeah, put on a miner's helmet, you slut.
Yeah.
Let's see how that fits your little
But here's
head.
the deal, man. Like, okay, I love
men are useless, except my gay ones who bring the tea.
But hold on, hear me out. How can ABC corporately not get a ton of blowback? Every agency that probably buys commercials on their, or puts ads, or they're not. I mean, unless we've just become so overrun with the DEI movement that every Fortune 500 company is ran by a woman. I mean, Brian, if you're running, whatever commercials these people are running on their show, and you're a man and you're running the company, or you're in charge of advertising, or you're in charge, aren't you? Doesn't this offend you?
You mean Bob Iger, the guy that's her boss?
Yeah.
They told he's useless?
Yeah.
Except if he was gay, he'd be okay?
Right.
Gossip like gay men. Nobody can help you accessorize like gay men.
If I'm Bob Iger, I'm calling the producer or whoever the showrunner is or whoever's in charge of the show and say, we're getting on some pretty thin ice there, buddy.
I'd like to see Ana Navarro hit a perfect seam route while Micah Parsons is crashing down on her, in the pocket there, and say that men are useless.
Nobody can help you.
It's not a woman in America who could be an NFL quarterback.
Harm to yourself like gay men. But with the exception of somebody like Steve, I think Steve is very self-sufficient.
That's Joy's husband.
But like my husband, it takes a village of women to make sure that he's not emaciated, starving, and living in his own filth. He can,
No, he's smart and he's playing you because you're a dummy.
Yeah, because
we play you women. That's why we make you think we need you. Look, we're all Survive the Content House.
I mean, well, that's because Merch Crick will be there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We
didn't need one.
and Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted. And the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Yeah, Trump comes out yesterday and puts him and Ramaswamy in charge of what? Government Efficiency Department?
Department of Government Efficiency.
That has two heads.
We're so efficient that we need two people that lead the thing.
To get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook.
He's a douche.
See, I like him.
Well,
I like
and
to
make
do.
that track.
And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach high.
What do you want? What you want? You want who's your hero? George Soros?
I like Mark Cuban. I think he's a cool guy.
That it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Amazing! If this was anybody else, Bubba, you'd be clowning him. You know that, right? Like, amazing!
All right.
And
I
him
like the
jumping
facts.
around behind Trump. Come on.
This is what I've been wanting you to see, Brian and Seth, because it's so. I mean, you guys have seen Dion. You know how he talks. Rhett, you as well. And this guy, this guy here on the left, it does his impersonation of Dion. Went for the 2025 NFL draft, and I think it's hilarious. You guys can clown me whether you think it's marginal at best, but I think it's pretty damn good. Dion, I've not heard a lot of people try to do their Dion impersonation. How he kind of sometimes he gets a little ghetto with his words. He kind of cuts off and slurs his words sometimes at the end. Gets a little lazy on the words. Here it is.
The first pick in the 2025 NFL draft, New Orleans Saints select quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, no.
With the second pick, the Panthers select cornerback wide receiver Travis.
No, we ain't doing that, man.
With the third pick,
that ain't gonna
select
happen. I'm sorry, man. We ain't gonna do that. Let me stop this right here. No, we ain't gonna do that. Oh, come on, dog. Come on. Why they do that at? You mean them two teams, man? Come on, dog. Ain't no way they going there, man. Let me call the GM right now. Mr. Loomis, that's Coach Prime here. Yeah, Shedeur ain't coming down there, man. No, he ain't coming down there. Oh, you need a head coach? Yeah, I ain't coming down there either.
You need a head coach? Hold on, let me play that again. You need a head coach? No, I ain't coming down there either.
No, he ain't coming down there. Oh, you need a head coach? Yeah, I ain't coming down there either. Yeah, we appreciate it, though. But we ain't coming down there. No. All right, take care. All right, Bubba. They know darn well we ain't coming down there, man. Come on, dog. Let me call Charlotte. Yeah, Mr. Morgan. Yeah, Travis ain't coming down there, man. No, he ain't coming down there. We appreciate it, though. All right, take care. All right, bye. Come on, dog. We got to do better than that. I'm not sending my son down there to Mardi Gras. I ain't got nothing against New Orleans. I ain't got nothing against Charlotte. But they not coming there.
What would you think about Dallas Cowboys hire Dion as the head coach, and they draft Shedeur?
I don't like it.
They may not win another game this season.
I don't like it.
Why?
I don't like it. I don't think Dion.
He's the only guy for the job.
I don't think Dion resonates. Maybe I'm underestimating Dion, but I don't think Dion can motivate and resonate and practice the guy, professional athletes, like he does college kids. College kids can buy into his hype and can buy into his tenure and can buy into what he's done in, as obviously a two-sport athlete.
You're saying people can buy into Mike McCarthy, but not Dion?
But Mike McCarthy.
No, McCarthy doesn't do anything. That's what Bubba's saying.
Right,
is like Dion would try to actually lead, and Mike McCarthy's just a slob on the sideline.
Mike McCarthy Dion would not put up with, Dion would not put up with any of the bull crap that NFL players pull. And
remember how the Bucs felt about Greg Schiano.
Yeah, exactly. It would be like an urban Greg Schiano.
Well, it'd be too much with Jerry Jones. I mean, it's just that would be the problem.
I could see
Jerry can't stay away.
Listen, I see Dion not leaving. He's got such a great setup in Colorado. And if anybody took a shot at him as far as, collegiately, let's say FSU or anybody just took a bigger school that's in the SEC or the ACC, I think he's got such a great niche in Colorado. One, if any school offered him more money, I think Colorado would match him. And two, he's got full football control, meaning like from the type of airplane they charter to, full football control. He doesn't answer to the athletic director. He answers to nobody.
Where does he go after? If he makes it to the college football playoffs with, Travis and Shedeur, how does it get better from there?
I think he just is a really good, consistent. He's like a Dabo Sweeney in Clemson, or he's like the guy from Oklahoma State,
Mike Gundy.
He's just.
I think Dion's a climber, man.
He's a fiction. Well, he is.
Yeah, but get the
but
punch,
he's also about the money. And so, if Colorado, what's the highest ceiling, Brian, in college football coaching payroll? Like 10,
15, 20.
Oh, is that where they're at?
I don't know what Saban's last contract was.
Well, yeah, but
like 12, I think.
I think it's 12. I think it's 12 to 15.
Well, they gave Saban a house too, right? I mean, there's different perks.
So I think Deion's deal in Colorado is 6.
Yeah, 13 per year for Kirby Smart.
Okay, so you don't think? Listen, I think they estimated that Deion brought, was it $133 million to the community last year? Enrollments at an all-time high. Merchandise is at an all-time high. If Deion went to Colorado and said, "Hey, man, I got an offer from Florida State to go back, to my alma mater, and they want to pay me 10." I think Colorado says we'll pay you 10-5.
Well, but it's not. I don't think it's about money for Deion. I think it's about legacy at this point, and I don't think he's going to go somewhere I don't think he's going to go or stay anywhere. He's a loser. And I think that if he foresees that things in Colorado could go south, despite the fact that he has all this power, if he goes, all right, I got a great recruiting class coming in, but I don't have a Shador, I don't have a Travis Hunter.
He just flipped I think the number 1 quarterback prospect in the nation from USC to Colorado this week.
Let's say this. Colorado at one time in the 90s.
I'm just saying I don't think it's about the money with Deion at all.
Well, I don't think so either. I don't think he's starving for nothing.
I think, it's not about the money. He's worth $100 million. But, he's got Kentucky Fried Chicken commercials. He's got Aflac commercials. He's got NFL Sunday Ticket commercials. He's got, the guy, hard telling what his...
Probably still on Nike's payroll.
Probably. So, but what I'm saying is, don't think you can't build Colorado. Colorado at one time had a very good program under Gary Barnett. And
Cordell Stewart.
Mason Crosby, David Bakhtiara.
Who was that running back they had? Rashawn Salam?
Yeah, Rashawn. Well, he was a bust. But anyway.
No, not in college.
But not in college.
But you're not right. But I'm saying, don't think that, Colorado can't be turned into somewhat of a dynasty. Yeah, I think Deion, Boulder is so beautiful. He runs the town. He's got full control. Brian, as well as, listen, let's not forget that he was a candidate for the original FSU before they put the dude in there now. It was down to 3 people. Deion, the dude that's in there now,
Mike Norvell,
and another dude. And some big slinging D white alumni said, I don't think Deion is ready or is qualified, for our job. And he was probably right at the time. But Deion has held on to that. And Florida State's facilities are antiquated. They just started. I think they had just got the money to start making it. I think they got a $35 or $50 million.
Half the stadium has been under renovation.
Right.
So, yeah, they've been working on it.
I think, man, I think that he's got such. And I don't know that if you go to.
That's the
Brian,
last stop, Bubba.
But Brian, I think Florida State would be less likely to give him full control because you are Florida State. There's checks and balances. When you're Colorado and you're desperate like they were, you give full. It's like almost now, you and I talked about it a few days ago, Seth, and that is in today's NFL coaching world. Brian, remember back in the day when you had the Bill Parcells and the Belichicks and the guy and the Mike Holmgrens where they would demand general manager.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of ship has sailed. I don't know that there's a guy in the league, maybe Belichick if he came back, that would, demand full football. When you're the general manager of an NFL football team, now you have full control. You're the coach and you're the general manager. That ship has sailed. And I don't know that anybody in college football has it. Maybe Dabo Swinney, maybe
Kirby
Smart. But I don't know that any coach has full football control. Deion has that, and any team, trying to get him, any suitor for him, he's gonna start. He's gonna demand that. And I don't know if a big ACC dynasty like FSU would give a guy 10, 12 million.
Well, FSU's stuck anyways because they extended Norvell like idiots because they had Jordan Travis. They didn't go off of the game they saw without Jordan Travis. They went off the 12 they saw with them and said, oh, this guy must be our coach for the future. So they're still paying Willie Taggart.
Oh, I know. Willie Taggart has 1 or 2 more years.
From everybody. I think Willie Taggart got bought out by everybody.
I think one time Willie Taggart was getting paid by, was it Washington?
No, he left. He left to Oregon. No,
Oregon.
He was just Florida State.
Well, it was University of South Florida,
and then he got a money grab at Oregon, and then he got a money grab at Florida State, and now Florida State's paying him still.
And I think that FIU fired him. FAU fired him.
Yeah.
That's where
he wasn't getting money from them.
That's where Shador originally signed when they came down in June of 2020 and invited me. We went to dinner to Forbici, me, Dion, and Shador, and then we met Tom Brady out there on Sunday where I got all that footage, Lummy.
Yeah,
he had at that time signed or given a verbal confirmation, a verbal commit to Willie Taggart at FAU, and he was going to be an Owl. And we were driving in my F-150, and Dion was like, Shador, now, let me tell you something. You need anything, Florida, you just call Sponge. Sponge will be over here to help you out.
Yeah, and the FSU doesn't pay Taggart anymore.
They don't?
No.
Yeah.
It was done last
so
year.
I don't know that he leaves Colorado, even for what, in your estimation, Seth, where do you think Dion, I say he doesn't go anywhere. What do you say?
Well, I think that Dion, like I said, he's a climber. I don't think, money is the end game for him. If it is, he'll get the most in the pros. I think the only spot for Dion to coach is somewhere like Dallas. I think it's lining up right now. I think Dion, at the end of his career, could maybe go to a Florida State and, retire there, spend his last 20 years there, and, end it there. But FSU is not some sort of thing that I think that any college coach really has their eye on right now. They could get a bag anywhere else if they're that good.
Brandon Reams, 20 on the PayPal, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Brian, what do you think? I think that he's not a lifer, but I think he sets up shop for quite a while in Colorado.
I don't know, man. It's tough with his son leaving, and he doesn't really have any ties to the community there, other than the fact that he's been there for 2 seasons now.
Do you think that if Jerry Jones offers him the head coaching job, which I guarantee he probably already has, that Dion takes? I don't think Dion wants to go to pros.
I think if he could coach his son there, he would. I think if he could be the coach of Dallas, what does he care about pressure? Do you think Deion Sanders is worried about pressure?
No,
loves
probably,
it.
Probably
Come on,
not.
Sponge.
Probably not.
Prime ain't worried about pressure.
Ain't no sponge like the one I got. So I don't know, man. I mean, I don't want to see him.
He's a diamond, baby, and diamonds are made by pressure.
Oh, Jesus. So I don't know. I don't know.
It's all right. We're still in the middle of the season. He's got his team playing well. They could get into the playoffs. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Does Travis Hunter win the Heisman?
No.
That's going to piss off the prime time.
I mean, at this point, I think the kid from Boise State, Genty, deserves it. His numbers are just insane. He's putting up Barry Sanders numbers.
Boy, let me. Don Lemon is he regulated now down to just like being a TikToker? Is that what Don Lemon is?
Don Lemon, the social media guy.
Is that all he is?
Pretty much.
And he's such a race baiter. He really is, man.
He's not even good at it, though.
No, he's
that's
not even.
thing.
He's like a bitch race baiter.
Women I've been talking to are really, really concerned, and they're emotional, and I think a lot of them have a right to be.
Politicians aren't perfect. They're imperfect like everybody else. Trump's rhetoric isn't for everybody. His style isn't for everybody. We got a lot of good things done under Trump.
Okay, then what they did, meaning a woman's right to choose, is removed under
Who
Trump.
says men can't get pregnant?
Yeah.
That guy's like clearly 4, 5, 6 months along.
Well, he was going for a walk, and then Lemon stopped him,
He's trying to lose it, Brian.
He's trying to get a hit piece going on here.
Here we go.
Removed under
That's
Trump.
not the only issue in this world, okay? A percentage of the female vote.
This guy really breaks down abortion quite well. Pretty well. Watch.
Issue in this world, okay? A percentage of the female vote went up 2%. So are those women crazy? I mean, it's not 50%, but it's high 40s, and he got that. So ask those women. Like, they voted for Trump. So clearly, it wasn't just abortion was the issue. Now, I agree. Even in very Republican states, pro-choice amendments have done very, very well, okay? So it is a concern. I think most people are pro-choice, okay? But at the end of the day, like, there's a lot of people, there's other things. They're concerned about the broken border. They're concerned about crime. They're concerned about inflation. They're concerned about a lot of other things. So women are not one-dimensional. Men are not one-dimensional. And so if you're upset about abortion, great. If that's your prime issue, then go live in a state that's pro-choice. If it's not your one issue, like a lot of people vote for Trump, you got other things to care about, and he'll fix those things. Not totally, but he'll do his best.
I think it's easy for you to say as a man.
Well, dude, it's easy for me to say about a lot of things. Sure, I'm not a woman. That's why I don't opine on abortion.
Like man.
I mean, he owned him.
He did he not?
That was like reminiscent of last Thursday.
And finally, Lummy, did you see that they're trying to pass this bill in the middle of the night? And the stuff that's in this bill, the pork that's in this bill. This is supposedly a last-minute bill the Democrats are trying to pass.
There's an old saying, nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Well, this morning at 2:23, Congress released a monster 1,012-page bill with $1 trillion price tag. They're rushing to
$1.2 trillion.
Pass the bill before you have a chance to read it. Why? Well, because it's full of pork. And we've been digging through it. And here's what you're paying for. Liz Warren is spending $850,000 on a gay senior citizen home in Boston.
$850,000.
All right. Well, that seems like that's money well spent.
I mean, that doesn't seem. That's not a lot.
That could be good content for the nation.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're probably going to raise that this weekend at the content house. That's not even a big number.
Here we go.
Sorry. Massachusetts has the Village People. We're spending $15 million to pay for Egyptians' college tuition. Egyptian tuition, not Egyptians who live in America. Egyptians in Egypt. Egyptian tuition.
How many Americans can't go to college or can't afford college? But we're going to give $15 million to Egypt to put their Egyptians through Egyptian-based.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I'd like a little more information on what that's about.
So we paid for illegals to go to college here, and now we're paying for the tuition before I guess they even crossed the border. Speaking of Egypt, Gold Bar Bob's sending $400,000 to a gay activist group that teaches elementary school kids about being trans. Not enough to keep you out of jail, Gold Bar. Sorry. Another $400,000 goes to a group that gives clothes to teens that help them hide their gender, like chest binders and tuckums. Parental permission not required. Even Diane.
I want to tuck them. I like a chest binder so my man boobs don't look so big.
I would too. Yes.
And Feinstein, who unfortunately passed away long before the bill was written.
It's a DEI zoo for anti-racist nature appreciation program.
It's an earmark from the grave. $500,000 for a DEI zoo. The San Diego Zoo's getting $500,000 for an anti-racist nature appreciation program where high school kids from diverse backgrounds can observe wildlife. Why do they need $500,000 to go to the zoo? Tickets are like $15.
That should be enough for every. It sounded like it was a program, not just to go to the zoo, like maybe some sort of educational thing there. Maybe, like, I would venture to guess the number of zoologists is probably skews heavily towards Caucasian. I'm not saying you need it.
Do you think they're leading people to believe that the animals are racist and they're trying to get non-racist animals in there?
Yeah, I think that some of this stuff is. I think.
Let's go on. Let's continue on.
First of all, none of this stuff. Should all be single-issue bills. None of this stuff should be porked into one bill.
Let's get through it.
Three congressmen, especially the Republicans, to vote no. But this massive bill will probably be on Biden's desk this weekend, and he'll just sign your money away. Poof.
$1.5 billion on Green New scam funding. 300 to 500
Green New
million.
scam. That sounds kind of like loaded language. It very well may be a scam, but what is the money for?
Yeah.
I mean, this is just like one person who's clearly against it all, which is fine. You can be. I would just want a little more details on what is and it's hard to know. 1,022-page bill should not exist. That shouldn't be a thing.
And Bubba, I sent you. So Michael Irvin asked Dion, I believe it was yesterday, about would he become the head coach of the Cowboys?
Oh, it'll be okay.
I sent it to you.
It'll be interesting to see who's closest on this. Hold on.
Well, has Michael Irvin spent the night at his house?
Yes, I'm sure he probably got. I can't really get into that, the times that me and Michael Irvin were at Dion's house together.
Oh,
hello.
I just want.
Irvin was probably skiing 24/7 back then.
When I came to practice, we walked out on practice. I'm your boy. The first person you went and showed to me was that walk-on. You see that right there? That's my hitter. That dude just started. He cranks my practices up. You know what I mean? And that's encouraging kids, encouraging athletes, and really encouraging people to be better than they really are. And can I segue with that? Because no place needs people to encourage people to be better than they really are.
Don't start that. Here we go.
Besides Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know you focus day to day. I know you're a day-to-day man. But can you think about some days?
Let me take the computer here, because you starting to talk that talk. I got to show you where I am. I love it where I am.
See, I'm just telling you, he loves Boulder. He loves it.
He doesn't want the distraction right now because he's got a team that's playing well.
Just watch.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I love it where I am.
Wow.
I love it.
That's his office.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
That's his office.
Damn.
And he has a sliding glass door that goes right into the stadium, overlooking the mountains.
I'm telling you right now, Dion ain't hanging around Boulder in February for fun.
No, you know what? He's back in play. He's back in.
So let's stop this game of look at the scenery look at the view from my office. I can't leave here, please. I guarantee you the office at Jerry World is pretty nice too.
Yeah, but you know what? You're working for an absolute insane individual.
Yeah, but Dion can keep Jerry in check.
Jerry, let me tell you something. I call the shots.
Yep. You want me to save this dumpster fire?
Here's the deal, man. Dion would probably be the only guy that could get Jerry to relinquish his general manager duties.
Jerry still thinks he's in the 90s.
He's the worst owner in the history of sport.
He might be.
Yeah, but
the worst.
He's never made up for Jimmy Johnson, and the only way he could do it is with Dion. He's been trying to make up for the Jimmy Johnson mistake his whole life.
Yeah.
When I returned, did you see where King Charles finally cut off his brother Prince Andrew? Now, Andrew was always insulated by the Queen because, that was obviously her son, and she didn't want to acknowledge the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and the huge settlement they made to that chick. Well, when King Charles took over, he kicked him out of the castle that was living in, and the guy was getting this royal family stuff. The guy was getting $2 million, like $1 million in salary and then $1 million in personal security and things like that. And King Charles finally cut him off and said, I don't know where the guy's going.
What a dick.
No, that's awesome. I mean, good for King Charles.
I always thought King Charles was a pussy. But I like how he stepped up and, did something the Queen should have done.
Says, when do we care about King Charles funds?
Well, I don't.
I say pay everybody, Charles.
I say if your brother did business with Jeffrey Epstein and you had a multi-8-figure deal that you had to settle with a 17-year-old girl based on things that you may or may not have done to her, booked by Giselle. Was it Giselle?
I thought we were talking about Matt Gaetz. Sorry.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Give us a thumbing. So, Bubba.
Yes.
I'm bringing I've secured a portable karaoke system.
I heard it's quite elaborate and quite nice.
I don't know about all that, but it's something. It should serve our purposes. Did you hear my idea for the karaoke thing?
No.
So we have the karaoke contest. Whoever gets the most money donated to that, to them earmarked with their name, that's the winner of the karaoke contest. That's how we vote. We vote with dollars. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. How we doing, chat? Good morning, Organic Gene. Good morning, Quicker Ticker. Seth and I will have more details on the card break. Only 8 people are going to get to buy in. It's going to be a random assignment. So you'll get, one of 8 divisions for the NFL. It's going to be a good break. 2 hobby boxes, a mega, 2 blasters, 3 hangers from 2024 and 2023. I agree on the Ground Psychos. Morning, Chip Jones. Morning, Grouper Lips. It's Maggie Matroni now, a.k.a. White Brian. Slizair, I can go pretty wide range. I might do the Killers. I might do some Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons. I don't know.
I'm not a big karaoke guy.
It's going to be great you doing karaoke, though. You and Merch Crick can do like Islands in the Sun or something like that.
Yeah, we'll get right on that.
Hey, Bubba, do you have a charger for this?
Or what is it, Islands in the Stream or whatever. Anything Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton did together, you and Merch Crick. Or you can do Sonny and Cher. I got you, babe. Or Bubba, you can do Wet Ass Pussy.
Going now.
Good morning, Black Guy and Callie and Big Buck. How we doing? Man, I feel like a woman's. That's a crowd pleaser in karaoke. Morning, Yinzer.
It's charging.
Like a Virgin.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Good looking out. Thank you.
I'll get to you next break.
Thank you, buddy.
God, what other host has your fucking...
What other host charges?
I mean, got your personal fan battery operated.
Yes, sir.
Got fucking...
What's up, Duck God?
Yes, sir. Nobody does it like you, Sponjo.
Thank you, buddy.
That is why we are going to fucking put our heart and souls on the line at the content house
Yeah, we do,
this
Justin.
weekend.
I don't see anybody else bringing as much content to the content house, or trying to, as Seth and I.
Oh, we're playing dodgeball, everybody, too. I don't know if you guys have heard that. We got a dodgeball game going on. I think Dan and Brian should be the captains.
Wait a minute, Captain. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Oh, you want to be a
think
captain,
I'd be the
Bubba?
captain of my own freaking dodgeball team?
Should it
Seriously? Seriously?
Should it be Bubba and Babyface as the captains?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we know Bubba's going to get first pick. He's taking Lummy.
Well, I'm friends with Jabba Chamberlain, so he's going to be coming to visit us and stay at the content house. Bringing straight heat and cheese down the middle.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
I know. I was
man.
thinking of a local Tampa guy I couldn't go with. Jabba Chamberlain. Yeah, well. Freddie Mercury, ooh, that's tough. I wouldn't want to have to do that. Fat bottom girls.
Thank you for recognizing Airtight. I just want to be a runner-up one year. Can we do a duet, Brian?
You and I?
Yeah, like a Boys to Men thing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
It's a Twitch Raid Thursday. We have picked a girl. Well, during the Clem and Kush, let me just take it from the top. During the Clem and Kush show on Tuesday, we went live onto Twitch. Well, we were looking at live Twitch, and first of all, we had to set the filter to English because there was a bunch of, non-English speaking people.
Illegals, if you will.
Yeah, and so Seth's like, we don't want to go to the guy or the girl that's, plunging her big jugs up that's got 5,400 viewers. We want to help somebody that's, doesn't have very much going on. So we went on down and found this chick from France that had 4 viewers. And we started chatting with her and like, hey, listen, my name's Bubba the Love Sponge. Google me, and she did. And I don't know if she was, I don't know if she was scared. If she was,
no, she was very, taken,
and so
she started to get leaky.
We're going to start on Tuesday during Clement Kush. We will find the person, Lummy, that we raid on Thursdays, and Thursday, which today is Thursday.
Oh, sweet.
We're going to we're going to end the show a little bit early and ask everybody that's on any other forum other than Twitch to join us on Twitch.
Now, does she know this is happening?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We told her.
We need her to be broadcasting.
Yeah. We told her, I think, Seth, it was very obvious that we told her, 10:55.
Yeah, I think it's 5 o'clock her time. She said she'll be there. She couldn't stream yesterday because she had to go to the university.
Yeah, she had to go to the university. So we asked her what her next. So we determined that Thursday.
Yes.
And we're just going to make it Thursdays from now on.
And what is she? Do you know what she's planning on doing to entertain us when we do it?
Well, we're not asking for nothing. I don't know.
Well, what does she do on her Twitch channel normally?
We don't know. We just know that she had 4 people watching and very few followers. So we're going to hey, listen, we're going to raid you. There's this feature on Twitch when you are getting ready to end your stream, you can then send all of your viewers over to another person's stream. That's called a raid. And we're doing that, Brian, to help the less fortunate.
So do I need to break back open my Twitch account, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And be monitoring us at the Bubba Army on Twitch. And so that when I say goodbye today, right around 10 o'clock, Lummy, we then hit a raid button, and it dismisses us.
Yep.
Rhett might know how it works better. I think it pretty much just leapfrogs all of our people over to the person that we're raiding. I think.
Yeah. So we have 100 people get put over to our channel.
I hope it's more than 100. If it's 100, I'm gonna
Well, in the 9 o'clock hour, when we take that last break going into the 9 o'clock hour, everybody should switch
That's what
from
I'm saying.
Rumble or YouTube over to Twitch like I'm going to do.
Right. So at 9:50.
No, even before that, do it a little early because most people have to probably dust it off. Twitch requires 2-factor identification. So let's say, at probably 9:30. Start planning on it, listeners.
Now we're losing half an hour of viewership. So this
listen, man, if you want a real raid,
I'm gonna do it at my 7th break, which is usually right around 9:43, 9:44, which will give them 50, a good 10 to 12 minutes to get on our Twitch channel. We got it, Brian. Don't try to take it over as well like you tried everything else. We got it.
I'm just pointing out logistics.
I am. Thank you.
I haven't logged into Twitch in probably a year.
Well, people, hold on. Right now, people can start dusting off their Twitch stuff.
121 right now.
Yeah, and people can start dusting off their Twitch stuff. And all morning getting ready for this.
Well, we're also going to be doing, some Twitch-specific content at the Content House, like, karaoke you won't be able to do on YouTube because of all the copyright stuff. So we're going to take that bad boy over to Twitch.
Yeah, that was my idea too, Bubba, by the way, just so you know. So I don't have all bad ideas.
Andrew is reportedly lobbying the king to allow his younger daughter, Princess Eugenie, to take over the Sussexes' old home. Why is Eugenie so keen on moving into Frogmore Cottage?
Yeah, this is a really interesting update. Of course, Frogmore Cottage is...
Why don't you look at the camera, not your co-host?
Meghan and Harry's old home. They received...
Yeah, so Meghan and Harry's old home is, I guess, where maybe Prince Andrew's been staying?
As a wedding gift from Queen Elizabeth. They spent several $1 million renovating it, but ultimately they only ended up staying there for about 6 months before they left for America anyway. So it's basically this newly renovated, pretty prime piece of real estate in Windsor Great Park. Reportedly, Charles earlier this year was lobbying Andrew and Fergie to move out of Royal Lodge and into Frogmore. Andrew didn't want it for himself, but it's understood now that he does want to possibly convince Charles to give the home to Eugenie. So at the moment, Eugenie and her family are living in Kensington Palace. They're in Ivy Cottage.
Wouldn't that be a great problem to have? Which royal cottage / castle do I get to go live in?
It sounds small, but I'm sure it's again quite a significant royal residence. But it would make sense. I think this report does have weight because we know that Andrew and Fergie are determined to stay put at Royal Lodge.
Now, is Fergie Andrew's wife?
Yeah, from the Black Eyed Peas.
In Windsor Great Park, and I think
boom, 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 boom.
She was hot, man, right? But
Back
she was
in
a little
the
more
day.
methy. Right?
Yeah.
Well, she did meth. She was just.
I know.
Yeah,
That's a good look on her.
She actually handled meth pretty well.
Yeah, there's some women who can handle it, and she can hold her meth.
I mean, meth kept her weight down. She didn't get meth teethed out. You know, when she was at her highest, and make Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas.
She was Fergalicious.
if they have their daughter and their 2 grandchildren from Eugenie's marriage, I think that just sort of solidifies their position in Windsor. So I do think that this is probably part of the strategy of Andrew and Fergie to really put down roots in Windsor Great Park.
Okay. Zara Tindall's husband, Mike, has sat down for a rare interview where he was asked directly about marrying into the royal family.
All right, enough of this.
Is this on the Who Gives a Shiz channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The headline said King Charles cuts off Prince Andrew. I read it, Lummy, and they're cutting him off.
But the Dems have $2 million for him in the new bill that's going to get passed.
Yeah,
so
true.
it'll be okay.
True.
They put that pork in there.
Did you see this, Brian? Where FEMA was directed.
Investigating after a FEMA official told
Hold on here.
workers
I sent you a
not
pic
to
of
visit homes
Fergie.
with Trump
Oh, you
signs
did?
on their property.
Yeah, just from her prime.
Which one? Oh, I thought you meant the Duchess of York.
Oh no, sorry. The boom, 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 Fergie.
I was like,
the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah,
Fergie. Yeah. I mean, like she handled, and that's when she was on meth, supposedly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She's got that boom, boom, pow.
She does. Damn it, but, I mean, you go to hit it.
Do you think Will.i.am wallowed that out?
I'm sure she's been passed around and put away wet.
After a FEMA official told workers.
Everybody, listen, we're trying to get to this FEMA story.
Oh, sorry,
okay?
sorry. Be respectful.
Sorry,
Everybody's trying to wall
talking
her,
about
everybody's
sex.
trying to wall her out. Black Eyed Peas Fergie's here.
Can we get back on that tip?
Well, no, we can't.
Not to visit homes with Trump signs on their property during their hurricane relief. The Daily Wire reporting, quote, the government employees said that at least 20 homes with Trump signs or flags were skipped from the end of October and into November due to the guidance, meaning they were not given the opportunity to qualify for FEMA assistance.
Now let me ask you a question, because Emerge Crick is dealing with her home insurance company. In her rural home in Pasco County, Lummy. Her mom had a house, she had a house, her dad's got a deal. And they're dealing with, some not significant damage, but some,
All right. Well, Congressman Juan Ciscomani is back.
Why did this just switch me? I was doing about the FEMA deal. But have any of you had to deal with, Lummy, I think you might probably be the only one that's had to deal with insurance company and adjusters and stuff like, or FEMA or anything like that with regards to the 2 hurricanes we had rolling through here.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the insurance company now.
And are you finding it
extremely difficult?
Are you finding it very frustrating?
Yes, it's very frustrating.
I dealt with one. It was pretty easy for my HOA. We had some fence damage. We already got paid. We already have the check in the bank.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
You voted for Biden.
Well, I covered my neighborhood in Biden signs. I'm like, they could see it from the International Space Station.
They rolled up, saw my Trump sticker, and canceled me.
Yeah. Now what is insurance going to be like next year, or this year, I should say, or whenever your renewal policy comes?
Oh, it's going to be ugly.
Is it going to be bad?
And our leadership in Florida has done nothing about it.
I've heard
nothing.
Not only have they not done it, let me put this in there, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Not only has our leadership in Florida, namely our governor, done nothing, but he has taken a ton of money from the insurance industry during his his bid for presidency, and 2, his reelection deal, and he has basically given the insurance company carte blanche to just jack it up.
Yep.
Did I hear correctly?
He's given them everything they wanted with nothing. Like, they don't have to do anything in return. Like, this whole tort reform thing back in 2023, as a personal injury lawyer, does it stink for me and my clients? Yes. Would I be totally against it if there were built-in checks on the insurance company that said, hey, look, you've been using this all as an excuse and a reason why you've been jacking up your rates in Florida, and Florida rates are so high. Florida rates are so high. If we're giving you everything you want now, then there has to be triggers that say your rates have to come down. None of that was in the bill. They've ignored the insurance crisis in Florida for multiple sessions now, and this is going to come to a head. Milton, they're saying between Helene and Milton, could be the most expensive payouts in the history of our country, and here we are with no plan in place on how to deal with that and the fallout from it.
Back in the day, I don't know what under what administration, but they had, when we had, I think maybe it was 2007 when the triple threat came through.
Cable Dog, 1,000 bits.
And then the state of Florida stepped in and formed Citizens, because all these, Farm Bureau, Allstate, the normal insurance characters wouldn't insure people in Florida. And so Citizens stepped up and tried to give you some type of insurance at a decent rate. But I don't know that that's an option, or even, I don't even know that they're still in business.
No, Citizens still around. It's an insurer of last resort. The problem with Citizens is that as soon as another insurer comes in and says, okay, we'll write it, it can be a ridiculous amount. That person no longer qualifies for Citizens, and they've got to go through this other company. So they're forced into one insurer. So there is no free market on it. Okay, they're forced into one insurer. So it's just the system's a mess. I don't know the answer. I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, they should do this or they should do that." I don't know what the answer is. I don't know
that anybody knows the answer other than it's going to be a shitstorm.
But sitting around and doing absolutely nothing with the problem is definitely not the solution.
Not only not doing absolutely nothing, but letting the insurance company run rabbit.
Yeah, well, and you know what's funny about it is the insurance carriers were claiming all this fraud and everything. Well, they knew a bunch of fraud was going on because they were the ones committing it. So there were insurance adjusters, and appraisers rather, that were told that their reports were changed by the insurance carriers. That they had claims where they approved like $250,000 worth of work that the insurance carriers changed the reports and cut it down to like $10,000 or $20,000. I mean, that's
what Merch Creek's dealing with. The adjuster that came out to the houses plural, 3 different homes had damage, and it was all under one. It was all under one company, and so the guy, boots on the ground, that guy came out. He goes through all the damage, gave her what he estimated the price to be, but then he said, listen, it still has to go to a desk agent for approval. And so here's what my recommendations are. Well, she got the desk agent's report yesterday, and it was 75% lower than the guy. It's easy for the guy in the desk that didn't see the damage, that didn't walk the property. It's easy for that guy to pencil whip that bitch down 75%. But so she calls the desk agent up, and he's like, well, blah, 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 blah. And so she's in the middle of this. That's what she's dealing with right now. The guy that inspected the property that went there says X, but he has to submit his report to, I guess, a desk agent or a boss man, somebody higher than him, and they're the ones that control what gets sent.
Oh, and they have marching orders. They have to reduce by a certain amount. They cannot just sign off and accept an appraisal. Most
75%.
That's probably standard? Right in line and standard with what most of these adjustments happen.
It was supposed to be like $50,000, and I think they offered her like $9,200.
Yeah, absurd.
And like the estimates that she's gotten from the contractors and stuff, came out to be about $46,500. Something like that. So it's just like, so what's going to happen, Brian? Like, people might not be able to afford to live here anymore. Meaning, like, people might not be like, listen, I got a nice condo on the beach, and my property taxes are X, and my insurance is Y, and my flood insurance is Z, and now that's now multiplied by 3. My flood insurance went from $2,000 a year to $10,000 a year. My home insurance went from $12,000 a year to $24,000 a year. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and part of the problem is this gets down to a local level and a state level in the sense that overdevelopment and development in areas that shouldn't, like wetlands should not be filled with sand and then build 1,000 homes on top of it right in an area that's known to hold and flood with water. There's a lot of problems. This is systemic, and it's bigger than just insurance is not going to fix it. I mean, should we have been allowing people to rebuild along the water and not raise their house up? Like, I think if your home is totaled along the water, you should have to take certain steps to.
Well, I think everything post 07 has been built to code, or post Andrew.
There's a little bit of ways here and there around it. My dad said it's kind of going to go back to how the 80s were, which is when he picked up a lot of beach property because they're insurance companies. Because
there's listen, I know,
80s, there was a lot of hurricanes
Brian,
that came through.
I know a guy that literally now is going to people like Lummy's mom and dad. Lummy's mom and dad have money and they're going to fix their place. Yeah. But older people that had, properties that are praised at $800,000, little cottages right there on the water.
You got one in your studio. You got one in your engineering room. Rhett's grandma.
What do you mean?
She had a place that was flooded out near the beach in the water. And
Davis Island.
Yeah, Davis Island.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And, but is she flipping it or is she going to fix it?
No, it's done. I think they'll probably flip it.
So I know a guy that went to a Rhett's grandma type of deal in Madeira Beach. It was right on the water, Lummy. It's appraised, I think last year, property appraisal or something like that was like 810, but literally it needs, you might the wall. I mean, everything's needed redone.
Yeah.
He bought it yesterday for $355.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people now going in there, these prospectors and these flippers, and picking up these, would-be $900,000 homes for, half price, just because the older people are like, we're over it. We can't go through another one of these.
They're probably not going to flip it to sell. They'll probably flip it to rent it for a while until the insurance rates probably come back down and people can afford to live on the beach.
And now, isn't there another one supposedly? I saw Dennis Phillips saying there might be another one.
It changed yesterday afternoon, and the forecast now has it like crashing into Central America and fizzling out. So hopefully it stays that way.
Was weather porn at its finest?
It was initial weather porn. It was based on some models that had it. 5 of the 7 major models had it hitting Florida.
Hi, who's this? 813-90 Bubba. Hello.
Hey, this is Joe.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Joe.
Wanted to follow up on the insurance adjuster talk. I am an adjuster. I have worked for multiple carriers in the state, and Brian made a comment that made me call in about having to cut a certain percentage from the estimate, which is absolutely 100% not true.
Well, hold on.
I've worked for 4 different carriers.
But hold on. I'm just telling you real life experience. My girl.
Well, hold on. But I'll get to that part.
All right, go ahead.
So, it is in no carrier's best interest to not include everything we possibly can in your estimate. And the reason for that is because if we can put anything and everything in that estimate, the odds of you coming back through litigation or for a supplement, if we cross our T's and dot our I's, is very, very low. As an adjuster, no adjuster wants to see a reopen to address something that they missed or that they could have included, and it's a time suck. As far as Erica having multiple properties, the field adjuster going out and prepping an estimate and kicking it to the desk adjuster, Brian will tell you, well, maybe not. I'm not sure if he's familiar with insurance law to this degree, but if you were to depose any adjuster, they're going to say, the attorney's going to say, what were you tasked with? They're going to say to go out to the property and document damages, not make coverage determinations. The desk adjuster is responsible for reviewing the policy and making a determination for coverage based on the policy. That's not the field adjuster's responsibility.
So you're saying the field adjuster should not have given her figures instead of just didn't?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Most of the adjusters, especially under catastrophic events, are out-of-state adjusters that have an understanding of the policy, but they're not there to apply it.
I'm referring, sir, to the whistleblower and the lawsuits that are pending regarding the Hurricane Ian
I'm
shortage.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that. And are you saying that didn't happen? That they didn't have $439,000 estimates that were reduced down to $13,000?
They absolutely were.
Okay. That's my point. It happens. I'm not saying every insurance carrier does it, but there's a lot of really shady and sketchy homeowners insurance carriers that have operated in Florida over the years,
and some of them pretty big names,
and have gone into receivership because they were running flim-flam operations.
Okay. I've been a part of a company that's gone into receivership through the past years ago. And I can tell you that our executives were putting their own millions of dollars into the company to keep it afloat, to continue paying.
So what do you think?
Client.
And by the way, thank you for your insight. But question for you is, is it going to be absolute when these people go to renew, or when people in Florida, whether you've had damage or not, go to renew? Is it going to be just? Look, your initial reaction was like, "Oh, is it going to be bad?"
No, there's no way around it. I agree with what Brian said. You can't just let this continue and nobody address it.
So
these carriers have carte blanche to what they want to bill you.
One of Ron DeSantis's largest campaign contributors was big insurance. He has really, really sucked the teat of big insurance. He's pretty much no rules or regulations at all. And so they needed these. They've had two catastrophic, very expensive events. And now the renewal process will start here. Probably it's already started, and I've not got like from my sister or my mom. I've not had. I don't think they've renewed I don't think they've come up for renewal yet. But is it going to be 3, 4, 5 times a guy? Is it just going to be to the point where some people can't even afford their house insurance and they're going to have to sell their home?
It'll probably, in most cases, it'll probably be more like double.
Which mine already, since I moved into my house in 2018, my insurance has gone up 100%. So in 6 years, with guess how many claims? Guess how many claims I've made?
Zero,
and I've gone up 120% essentially.
Now, in 6 years, if you have claims, does that even exacerbate the hike?
No, I'm not familiar with the underwriting side, but I can say from my experience, it doesn't really matter. They know what properties are high risk for them.
Now, Fabrizi is one of the very few people I know that owns his home outright, and he's self-insured.
Bubba, I have a neighbor who had to make a claim for home damage due to not weather-related stuff. Making a claim is absolutely factors into the underwriting process and the risk process and the rate, because he pays more now for his homeowner's insurance than I do. We have identical model houses in the same exact neighborhood.
Right.
The only difference between the two of us is he had to make a claim. I did not.
So, sir, Fabrizi, who owns Brian, the most expensive, one of the most expensive catastrophic expenses that could happen to your house is roof, correct?
Correct.
Fabrizi owns his house that doesn't have a mortgage on it, and he owns a roofing company. He doesn't even have insurance on his house.
Yeah, and for anybody interested in researching this further, the whistleblower who uncovered all of this fraud going on by the insurance carriers, his name's Ben Mandel, Mandell. He's testified under oath about 18 of his 20 reports that he wrote for a carrier were altered by the carrier after he went out and wrote up the report. And it wasn't just one carrier doing it.
That.
What's that?
I explained that to you, Brian. The field adjuster is not there.
No. They're altering the damage. Coverage. So he's saying the roof needs to be replaced.
They absolutely are.
And they're changing it to saying it needs to be repaired.
By the policy.
That's
based on what is covered by the policy. The desk adjuster is responsible for those changes. Absolutely.
There's a directive And this is what he's blowing the whistle on. This isn't just what's in the policy. There was a directive. We are not replacing roofs, period. We are repairing them. So if there's a recommendation by the field adjuster to replace the roof, we're switching it to repair. And I mean, that's what he's testified to under oath. He's got inside knowledge on it.
But the bigger problem. Okay, I understand that, Brian. But the bigger problem is what we're fixing to get, and that is the renewal, and the fact that you might even double again. Right?
Oh, easy. I think he's right. I think everybody can expect their rates over the next 3 years to go up another 100%.
Yeah, it'll be a year or 2 to 3. Yeah. And to also add on to, Brian, I think you mentioned that everyone along the coast that has had a total loss, or I think it's like 50% or something, you should have to elevate your property. If you start looking into the federal flood program, the federal flood program was designed to put a financial burden on people that live near the coast to get them off the coast.
Mm-hmm. Well, we get enough of these hurricanes. All those old school non-elevated homes will be gone, and everything that's built will be to code. And eventually, it kind of works itself out, doesn't it?
Well, the problem is, and what he's alluding to is, these people that are the highest risk, you can only charge them so much for their insurance. So people like me and Lummy who live inland and have homes inland, we're paying way more than our actual risk should be. I mean, I'm paying way more than what my risk should be.
So you're saying because they're jacking you up, that's to cover Grandma McGillicuddy that's living on Madeira Beach on a 1979 block home that's not been elevated.
All of us are subsidizing those potential losses.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the flood program has paid for thousands of homes multiple times to be rebuilt.
Yeah, that's insanity. That's insanity, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop.
Anyway, Bud, hey,
that program was designed to get people off the coast. I can't remember when it started. I think it was like the 60s or 70s. They said we have to find a way to put a financial burden on these people to get them off the coast, and we just keep rebuilding and keep paying into it.
Well, I'm sure Trump's efficiency department will get to the bottom of this.
Elon and Ramaswamy will be down here cutting costs like you wouldn't believe. Hey, man, thank you for your insight, and I appreciate you listening. How do you get the show, my friend? By what means?
I was listening on TuneIn, but it's cutting out, so I switched over to Rumble.
Okay, perfect.
Our Twitch raid, don't forget it, 9:50. Let's get on there. So
I heard the call yesterday. It was a little creepy.
Easy. Easy.
Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for the podcast.
Listen, Johnny Insurance, you're supposed
I liked you a second ago, but you said something I don't like now.
Listen, Johnny Insurance, you're supposed to be...
That's 100% right, man.
All right, well, good talking to you, buddy.
Wait, hold on. He just said I was right. Now you get rid of him?
Screw him.
I just perked up.
I hung up on him.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Back up after this. They were trying to drive people off the coast. I said 80s.
Thank you.
It was like 70s and 80s. My grandpa and my dad were.
Yeah, but the problem is what they were doing was getting the individual little guy off the coast in their cheap house. Now it's all the rich people that have the homes, and so they're not trying to get them.
No, I know. I said that.
Right.
I'm saying that it would almost have to.
Right, but it's like what happened in New Orleans. You know, the rich companies came in, the BlackRocks, the hedge funds came in and bought up all these poor people's properties that couldn't afford to rebuild, or that the government chose, we're not giving them money, but we'll give the guy next door money. It's really fucked up. That Trump thing pisses me off. Nobody should be fucking excluded from getting government aid because of their political views.
Trump thing.
Yeah, where the fucking
FEMA?
bitch from FEMA was telling people not to help anybody. That's fucked up, man. She should be charged criminally. If there's a statute, she could be charged under.
What do you think?
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
up, King Dog? Let's keep all the morning. So here goes Steve.
Hands all over me. Who are you? Cheryl Swoops. Don't forget me either. Don't stay. Yeah, but what about me, Cheryl Miller?
What about Brittany Griner? Is she in there?
She's locked away.
I wonder how you unlock her card.
Russian prison.
Oh, man.
I swear to God, if you get anything good out of this, I need to change my app that scans the barcode and can tell what's in there.
Dude, you've done great on these.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. There shouldn't be anything good in here.
Oh, man.
It should be a total dud.
Oh, boy.
Is Rhett feeling okay? When he chimed in, his voice sounded off. We need everybody in tip-top shape. I want you all double masking the rest of the week until we get to the content house.
I just got my booster shot.
Really?
Yeah, and I didn't even get the vaccine. I just got the boosters. Just give it to me, you know?
Really?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't believe in vax.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, really, my body, my choice, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your body, my choice. Because I'm Nick Fuentes.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't get doxxed when we find out you live in Berwyn, Illinois, big boy.
And he pepper sprayed, I guess, a woman that came to his house.
The pictures are so funny.
Yeah.
It looks like an old lady coming around the corner pepper spraying.
I don't blame him, though. People are crazy, and he's spewed a lot of hateful shit.
Well, no. Listen. You might want to...
Hey, he's in the find out phase of his FAFO, and that's not a fun phase to be in.
If you want to attack women and Jews and really everybody that's not a white nationalist, like...
Who's that? Nick Fuentes. He's one of those that love to sow, but the reaping part is not very fun.
Yeah, he might want to move. What's up, Thomas? What up, Mitch?
Good morning, Gilson.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Hierarchy 65, Hall of Famer Hierarchy 65. Right, let me hierarchy.
Yes, sir.
$100 in the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. 813-90-BUBBA. Lots of phone calls. Try to get to those. Also, man, dust off your Twitch account because we're going to ask everybody to abandon where you're watching. You can continue to watch. If you don't want to participate in our Twitch raid of this 21-year-old French girl who goes to college and needs a little help, she had 4 viewers when we found her, and we're going to start raiding lesser viewed people, streamers, content providers, streamers. On Thursdays, we're going to raid them from our Twitch account as we say goodbye at about 9:55, 10 o'clock. We're going to ask everybody to switch over about 9:45, 9:50. But be responsible and start dusting off your Twitch account now. You can go to twitch.tv or twitch.com and sign up for an account. If you don't have one, it's free. If you do have an Amazon Prime account, They do give you a free subscription. Hopefully, you can subscribe to our channel.
The amount is $20,
which allows you to go back and watch 30 days of our archive shows, which we'll start keeping up on better than we used to. We kind of shied away from Twitch a little bit because they screwed with us years back, and we went full steam ahead on YouTube, Rumble, X, Facebook. And Twitch has kind of been where we put Bubba 199s and a few other things. But we're going to start doing more Twitch-centric things. And one of which is going to be this raid on Thursday to lesser-known streamers, trying to help the little guy out.
And we're also going to be doing our karaoke contest exclusively on Twitch. So.
From the Content House.
Yeah.
Yes, that will be Friday. That will be Friday night, I'm assuming.
Yes, yeah.
Or Saturday afternoon, one of the two.
No, Friday. I think that we're going to do a break Friday and then go right into karaoke.
What time? Because I'm not going to be available like 7 to 10:30.
Oh, because of the football?
Yeah, I'll be watching
football.
You can't
baby.
sing a song? You can't sing a little ditty in between
No, I can't.
plays?
Lummy, I think I've been very transparent.
Yes,
the fact
you
that
have.
I'm going to be watching the Warsaw High Tigers take on the Lafayette Jeff and regional football conference play.
This is the farthest they've
Bubba,
ever
there's
been.
a halftime. You can perform during
Hold on,
halftime.
this is the farthest they've ever been.
Exactly.
guys.
Let me thank you for standing up for me. You'll be my spokesperson
That's right.
when these two.
What are they playing for? Are they playing for you, Bubba? Like, is there a ceremony for
Listen,
you?
I
Just
gave
shut
them
up.
a pep talk before the season started, so I'm a part of this team now.
Both you flakes, shut up.
Eat my mound.
Eat my mound. It's probably all it is what a mound is.
Well, mounds don't have nuts.
John Kostika, part of the Indiana Bubba Army Mafia, came up with $100. Let me on the PayPal.
And he'll probably be watching the Warsaw game.
Johnny K.
I guarantee you, there's no way he's wasting his Saturday.
I guarantee you, my boy Johnny K will be watching it.
That's
Love you.
right.
No, Johnny K will be watching us. Johnny K will be watching us, so he might be watching me. Watch the football game. Anyway, hi, you're on the air. Go ahead. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning, Bubba. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, buddy.
Love the show.
Thank
Great show. Everything good. Bubba, this is actually a merch question. I was going to see if I could probably get taken off the air.
Oh, you have a merchandise question?
Yeah, yes. I'm sorry. I happened to do the pre-order for the Bubba Harvey slides. They look great. I love them. I haven't received them, though. That's the only issue.
Oh, okay. Well, let me put you on hold. Let me get your information and get it to the merch crick, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We gave him to Broderick.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bubba.
Hey, bud.
How are you?
Good, great. How about you? What do you got? What do you want to talk about?
I'm calling about the insurance.
Okay.
What you guys might want to consider is hiring your own adjuster. They're called public adjusters. I had to deal with one through Ian, and I'm dealing with one through Colleen and Milton now. They work for you, and basically they take a percentage, and it's limited to 10% during disasters.
So is it kind of like are they kind of like an attorney, or are they just a professional adjuster that knows all the flim-flamming ways that the insurance can screw you, and they call them out on it, and they represent you to get you more money?
That's exactly it. They were like adjusters that work for insurance companies. A lot of them were general contractors or still are. And then they do this work as well to help people such as you guys and me too to get what we're owed from the insurance companies. And they work on a contingency of whatever they get. And during disasters, it's limited to 10% of whatever they get. So whatever you guys have now would be yours. And then anything they got on top of it, they would take.
All right, so they figure out what the offer is, and then anything they get above the offer, they get 10 points of. To me, that sounds pretty fair, to be honest with you.
It was. It was really good. And they like Ian, we had a tree hit the house, and insurance was really low. I wasn't even going to get enough to replace my roof, and they came in and helped us replace a lot more. And
now, where do you
right,
find these people at? Like, do they have like how do you find these insurance adjusters?
I found mine on Yelp. They're just you search public adjusters and you can read good reviews. Yeah.
All right.
Just make sure you're researching this adjuster though, because you need somebody good
Definitely.
working for you. You know.
Yeah. You don't want somebody that's so go through the reviews, make sure that they have, good reviews, highly recommended, have some success stories, and then, give them a call.
Exactly. And some of them have good relationships with attorneys in case it ever did get that far. And so you'd want to make sure that they do have attorneys that they work with, especially in your area. Like mine's got a good one in Tampa. So it's, those are the questions I'd ask if you start looking into that route.
Hey, man, appreciate the insight. How do you listen to the show, my friend?
Either X or YouTube.
Perfect. Appreciate you. We're doing a Twitch raid today with this 21-year-old French girl at about 9:55. So if you're there, hopefully we'll see you.
I'm already on Twitch. Yep, I'll be there.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks, bud.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Bonjour. Ooh la la. Yes, go ahead, sir.
You know Chris Benoit?
Was that Moulin Rouge?
Yes, it was.
Thank you.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm in the air?
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
It's insurance talk time. What do you got for us?
Insurance from Florida. Three things. The insurance came up a lot on price when the building collapsed in Miami. In 2021, the building collapsed.
Yeah.
And what was the investigation at the end? Why did it collapse? Why did such big concrete buildings collapse all of a sudden? Did anybody find out the reason why?
Yeah, so they had a lot of issues with that building, and that's one of the laws that they actually did change following Surfside. Is that and that's why condos are the condo dues and association dues are going way up. They were not properly funding their reserves, so the way condo associations are set up,
you're not answering my question. Why did a concrete building collapse?
He's telling you.
I'm telling you because there was no maintenance done for years. Problems that they knew about for maybe even decades, and at Surfside were ignored, which led to the structural failure because of rusting. It wasn't all just concrete. It wasn't a full concrete. Like there's a lot of concrete involved, but it wasn't concrete block all the way up. The 90 floors.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Concrete will crack here and there. Maybe you have some problem on one side, not from the center.
So where did you go to engineering school, sir?
Well, actually, I got some insights about that. I got two more points. Has anybody asked about chemtrailing in Florida?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The weather?
So hold on. You think that the condo collapse was an inside job? What was the motivation to bring down?
Anything. I'm saying I don't buy the fact that all of a sudden the concrete building.
So no, but okay, you don't buy it. But what's your alternate theory, sir? What is the alternate?
I don't want to say because if we are all just targeted here and there, I just leave it there.
No, we're not.
No, we're not going to just leave it there. What's your alternate theory as to what brought down Surfside?
I think there's a full plate somewhere there. They were trying to scare the DeSantis. He was new. Our Republican governor, conservative governor, he was new, and the government didn't like him.
So Surfside was an inside job to bring down Ron DeSantis.
I'll leave you my facts over there. Concrete buildings don't just fall
down. It was
down.
rebar that rusted.
The concrete, you got it secured with rebar, and I don't know, but salt water will make rebar rust and corrode.
There are lots of rebar concrete buildings that have been there for 100 years.
Where are you from originally, sir?
Okay, I don't want to go into that. I got two more points. Check on the chemtrailings. They do not answer to us where they're coming from. They don't say who pays for that, who does that, when do they depart, who organizes this. Why they don't say that?
What, chemtrails?
Correct.
Yeah, well, when you tell me where you're from, we can get into the chemtrail deal. Why can't you fundamentally tell me? No, you don't worry about it. No, this is my show, not yours.
I'm trying to help people here.
You just tell me. I just want to know. Where you're from.
Florida, Lake Worth.
No, I want to know where you're from.
Okay. And my last point.
No. Tell me where you're from.
I'm from Africa. How about that?
Okay, that's great. See how easy that was?
Go feel the range down there and leave us alone.
No, I didn't say that. That was you're from Africa. Great. Now continue on. Thank you.
Okay, what's the point of finding out where I'm from?
It's you have an interesting accent.
Because
He just wanted to know.
You have an interesting
Oh, you want to know my accent?
What's wrong?
Okay,
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm trying to
Shut up.
to lower
Shut
insurance
up.
prices.
I'm trying to just know a little background about the caller that's calling me. That's it. It's as innocent as that, my friend. If I had a guy from Louisiana who had a Cajun accent, I may say, "Where are you from, sir?" If I had a guy from, Tennessee
Are you trying to find out where I'm from, or are you trying to reduce prices on?
I'm just trying to find a little. I'm trying to find a little background about the guy that's on the phone.
Oh,
asking
okay. You want to know about me?
Yeah, sure. You know about me. Why can't I know about you?
I don't know much about you. I just saw it today in Rumble. Anyway, you can put me
he's not even a listener.
I can be from anywhere.
All right, it could be a good
Okay.
one.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I like to know my listeners where they're from, a little background. It's what I've done for 38 years. It's not anything new. I'm just trying to find out.
I didn't know you wanted that, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, back to I got 3 points.
These foreigners, they really are entitled.
Yes.
These South Africans,
Okay,
yeah.
I got
Jesus
3 points.
Christ.
As I said, okay, I still not clear with the Surfside building collapse. It doesn't make any sense.
The
to me
Surfside
that
building collapsed because it was an inside job to make Ron DeSantis look bad, and it was all caused by chemtrails. That's what happened.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep, maybe.
That's what we're saying. You're
Maybe
right.
it was Puff the Magic Dragon that came and blew it
There
over.
was also some experimental bomb that happened the day before.
Could have been
Surfside collapse.
Could have been a bomb. Yes. Could have been. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, and finally, if you want to really push down on prices, a lot of this is demand and supply. We should open the market to construction teams coming to Florida, so that will push the price down. A lot of that.
Yes.
Okay, we are kind of, it's difficult. There are a lot of regulations. If you open the market to bring, can be other states, can be other countries.
Yes.
You can bring it here, that will lower the price of Florida.
Yes, I'm all for that. Let's bring in more construction companies so the price is more competitive. Yes, sir. And I'm all for the chemtrails. I'm all for the inside job on the surf side. And I don't know if you're really from Africa, but I really appreciate your call. You're the first African I've spoke to in a long time.
Okay, since you pick up on chemtrails, what do you know of chemtrails? Who pays for that? Which airport do they depart from?
The Jews, right? Is that what you want us to say, buddy?
Yes, it's all the Jews. The Jews are to be...
I'm not saying that. Why are you saying that? I'm asking you a question.
No, that's our theory.
Our theory is the chemtrails are all because of the Jews.
George Soros pays for them.
Are you serious?
Yeah, for real.
That's why I've got good intelligence.
I actually got a real Jew guy here who's Jewish who says, within his Jewish community, it's hey,
we get an email in the Jewish press once a month that tells us when the chemtrails are going down, and sometimes, if we promise to look up in the sky, they'll do a little Star of David design for us.
No, they tell you not to look up in the sky. That way,
don't look up in the sky.
They want to let us know. They want us to let us know about the good work that they're doing to poison everybody.
Actually, the Jews always know to stay inside during the chemtrails. Just, look at your neighborhood.
That's right.
They'll be,
Yeah, go to a synagogue when the chemtrails are out. You won't see a Jew on the street.
Nope, you won't. And I'm concerned about chemtrails too, but my fine African friend, I really am. As you should be. It sounds like you're concerned about them. Quite frankly, I don't know where they come from. I don't. Let me ask you a question. Where do you think they come from?
I think we got a problem. I don't know, sir, but we got a problem because a lot of that affects the weather. Okay, we had hurricanes in Florida every now and then. Yeah, okay, that's natural. It's been down for 1,000 years more. But recently, we had tornadoes came all of a sudden that was very strange.
Right. And I wish you knew. I wish you could give us I wish you had a better understanding as to where they're coming from, because I don't think anybody knows where they're coming from. Maybe you can crack the chemtrail code.
And why are you afraid to embrace your Indianhood? Why have you lied and said that you're an African man?
All right, sir. I can tell you more, but I want to contribute to reduce prices in Florida. That's
Me too.
my call.
Well, it starts by donating to us. Cash App, WhatsApp, all the apps.
Yeah, it starts by this, sir. Becoming a daily watcher of our program. Obviously,
I will.
Obviously, we excited you enough to be able to pick up the phone and participate on our program. So that's great, and we hope that maybe you continue to watch the program regardless of where you're from.
I will. I will. I'll pick you up on the chemtrail. I didn't know you guys were also trying to find out. I'll pick you up, and I appreciate you following this.
Yeah, and
Bubba literally has an employee. His one job here is to research the chemtrails. His name's Rhett.
We're big on chemtrails, and I'm as befuddled as what.
See, he can't be affected by them though because he's a ginger, and you have to have a soul in order for the chemtrails to affect you.
So I have a Jewish guy here that says that it's because of the Jews.
Yep.
I got a ginger guy here that says he can't go outside during that. I'm very much vested into the chemtrail conspiracy. I'd like to know more about it as well. Maybe you can be my chemtrail expert.
All right, I call back. I got some information on that. I'll email you something. Okay, thank you so much.
Can we call you? Can we give you like a show name and we call you like Johnny Chemtrail? Like that'd be your name.
He doesn't want to be associated with chemtrails.
Well, if that suits you, I'll take it.
Yeah, Johnny Chemtrail.
What about Big Dong Johnny Chemtrail? Is that too long?
No. Be like, hey, listen, we got Johnny Chemtrail on the phone, and he might have some information regarding chemtrails. How about that, buddy?
All right, thanks, Johnny.
All right, Johnny. Good.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Johnny Chemtrail. Okay, bud?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was great.
It was great. These phone calls are great.
You really thought he was from Africa, though.
I don't care where he's
Dude,
from.
I mean,
he's from India.
No, he's not.
What
from,
do you mean?
He's not from Lakeland.
He's
I'll tell you
Slumdog
that.
Millionaire, dude.
I don't care.
He's from the West Palm Beach area.
Yeah.
Right.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I'll tell you when. January 19th, 2021. That's when everything went to hell. Everything was so perfect in this world before then. Nothing was wrong. And then that happened that day. I don't know what's specific about that day, but.
No, it was January 18th, 2016, or 2021, or 2017.
That wasn't an Indian accent, though, Seth.
What are you talking about?
I don't think it was Indian.
Sounded Afrikaans. South African.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Or French Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
French.
I mean, the Surfside conspiracy thing is interesting to me. Well, I heard it's because the Dems actually had one of their baby blood harvesting farms in the basement of Surfside. That's where they're getting all of that. What's the adrenochrome?
Yeah, they had a lab there.
Yeah.
Rebar doesn't do anything.
No, rebar has no real function in construction, apparently.
No. And if you have salt water, just.
And you have cracks everywhere and you don't take care of it. Yeah. What is that noise? That,
I like it, Mach. I like it. I like it.
Well, that was an interesting call.
And then these fucking foreigners, they think that they're entitled and they can overtalk you and they don't have to answer any questions or play by any of your fucking rules.
Yep. They get free phones, they get free health care.
No, but like what I'm saying is, fundamentally, those are some questions that I ask people so I can get a grasp of what I'm dealing with here. And a cross section of demos and geographic areas and stuff like that. And he thinks that he's better than that, and he doesn't have to answer those questions because nobody makes him fucking do it. He can just roll around as the crazy fucking Indian dude that he is.
That's right.
Not with me, buddy.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not into Long Dog. I'm not looking to make my my life's mission to look into chemtrails. Which, if you here's the thing that these conspiracy theorists forget. How many people are involved in this conspiracy? Okay, every sprayer, the supplier of the chemicals, the government agency involved. I mean, think this through.
What if they don't know they're doing it?
Oh, what do they think they're doing? And they're just dolts that don't know what they're spraying?
So are they just talking about like the vapor trails that follow jets? Is that what they're talking about?
It's called water vapor, dumb fucks.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what they tell you it is. It's chem.
Yes, yes.
And it's only one guy that's created on it.
It's all based on weather and how fast the jet's going. It is like my little 414. What wasn't you have to go like over 350 knots to create that water vapor to form that stream. If you look at smaller planes, you'll never see a trail because they're not going fast enough. It's condensation of just when you're disrupting the air at a high rate. Is all it is. That's why you always see it behind jets only. Usually big jets. That's what they're saying chemtrails are, right? Those trails behind jets?
Typically, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they think crop dusters do it too, though. And so, Lawn Dog, let's play this out. What's the point of their stratospheric aerosol injections? Like, what's the end game?
Weather manipulation.
What's the end game? Like, I love a good conspiracy theory that is well thought out. Like his Surfside thing. Totally interested in what his theory was. The problem was his theory was that they did it to take down Ron DeSantis.
Which I'll go with.
Come on.
No, but what I'm saying is like, if that keeps the guy on the phone and we're hearing some whack.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Speaking of the crazy Jews, just ask Dan Balzerian what he thinks about them.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God.
Man, if this doesn't get this guy...
He's still a thing?
Yeah, you know what? I was just getting ready to say that. Is he still a thing? And the things that I've read on this dude is that, well, first of all, I don't know if a lot of people know, but he's from Tampa.
Yeah.
He is from Tampa. His dad went to prison for, I don't know how long, for like insider embezzlement, stuff. He just is, and his dad left him him and his brother a bunch of money, and he's a trust fund baby. But I heard he didn't have nearly the money that he portrays himself. Remember when he was, it seems like maybe now, Lummy, he's not on Insta and all that social media networking like he used to be, because he used to be like 5-6 years ago, the it guy to follow.
Oh, like 10 years ago, but he's old now.
Right. And so he would go and supposedly rent out these huge, Los Angeles or Vegas-based
South Beach,
houses that he kind of led you to believe was his. And then he would stock it full of chicks. And because he had such a huge Instagram following, then these hot Instagram models who had, 35, 40, 45,000 followers would come and hang out with him to get his Dan Balzerian, 10, 15, 35 million person rub. And he would sleep with and he's good. He was an in shape, good looking dude. And he was always
hot chicks around him. That's the key to success.
Hot
he's playing
chicks,
poker and doing man-to-man stuff.
So I don't know what he's doing nowadays. Is he still?
He has his 31 million on Instagram, his 2 million on X.
How many on Instagram?
31 million.
31 million. So I guess, is he still doing the? Is he active on Instagram? Is he still doing?
He's not active on Instagram.
And is he still doing the? I have 5 girls in my bed and 10 in my hot tub, and we're gonna be on a private jet headed over to Vegas, and I don't
know. Some people said he went broke. That's why he's.
That's what I'd heard.
That's why he's engagement farming about Jewish people on Twitter.
Right.
But
so
yeah,
I don't
they
know.
did say one
So
part.
listen, here's the thing. I don't know what he's doing nowadays. I know at one time he was kind of the it dude, you know, the it playboy dude, and it was kind of like a kind of a house of cards of how it was all somewhat of a charade, but somewhat legitimate and what have you. And so I don't even know what he's slinging, what he's behind, what he's doing nowadays.
Anti-Semitism, baby. It's all the rage.
Yeah, since 2023, he's been just being political on Twitter, kind of against the Jewish
And
people.
here's what I don't understand. How you that are trying to run a business or trying to have a social media thumbprint or be a spokesperson and have advertisers or product placement or just whatever your gig is, how you can say these things, even if you believe this, it's probably best for business. Because I'm assuming, Brian, he's still interested in making money and being in business. How this would ever work out for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, there's a market for anti-Semitic stuff. I mean, it's not like, let's not sit here and pretend like, you can't go into our Rumble occasionally and into the comment sections on any YouTube video and not see some really outlandish stuff. There's definitely a market for it.
But it's such a dark, small market.
Yeah, but if it's a dark, small market that's pining for that stuff.
I just don't know where how funded that dark, small market is.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not going to get a McDonald's. You're not going to get a Anheuser-Busch. You're not going to get a Chevrolet, a Ford. You're not going to get anybody.
Middle East money is what some people are saying.
You know what?
online.
And he looks somewhat Middle Eastern. So maybe that's the gig.
Blazarian sounds like a very Albanian.
I mean, maybe
name,
that's the gig. Maybe it's his heritage and what he is, Albanian. But
Armenian.
Okay, so do Armenians have problems with Jewish people?
Probably. I mean,
and okay, so what?
That list is everybody.
He's not taking up the plight of the Armenian people. He's speaking for himself,
right?
Because he's one of those guys that's read books and knows that the Jews are responsible for all that ails the world.
And here's the deal. Let's say that there weren't 6 million Jews killed. I know there was a lot of them, an absolute lot of them, and it was one of the most brutal things that ever happened in our lifetime, in our modern day lifetime. Now, obviously, there was other dictators that killed people very brutally too.
Pol Pot,
exactly. But
Slobodan Milosevic.
But within kind of our generation, meaning people that are still alive, that had to suffer through this. This was probably the largest killing of a race in modern day society. And so let's say it's not 6 million. Let's say it's 4.9 million. Let's say it's 5.2 million. Who cares? I mean, I care, and I would like to be factually right. But why would you get on national TV and even fight this fight?
It's Alex Jones here. Let me tell you right now, the Holocaust, all crisis actors, none of those people were real. It was all the biggest inside job. False
Guess
flag.
what? He's getting ready to get all of his stuff auctioned off today, too.
So it looks like online that they're saying there's Middle Eastern backers because he has such a large following that spreading propaganda like this.
Well, it's like the Tim Pool thing on Twitter where he was being funded by the Russians to do what he was doing. I mean, there's a lot of foreign money influencing what our influencers are influencing us with.
But I mean, if you're going to live in America and you're going to do business in America, this is just not a good look. If you want to live in Albania or you want to live in the Middle East, you might be able to spread this nonsense all you want. But to me, man, I just don't see the upside. Even if you do feel this way, I don't see the upside.
I think the upside is that we get to know who all the walking idiots are.
I think you're right.
I mean,
I think the upside is here's the upside. I truly hate this guy now.
Well,
whereas before, I kind of thought he was cool.
Thought he was dead. I
used to look at his stuff and say, man, that guy's, he's got hot bitches, he's shooting guns, he's on helicopters. Now I hate him. I mean, now he showed his true colors to me, and I hate the guy.
Yeah, it started about
6 million of them were killed in World
ago.
War II by a genocidal monster in the Holocaust, do you not understand why that might make Jewish people feel that, yes, they have indeed been victims?
Yeah, I mean, that figure's been revised, but, you know, I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to America, and I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
What do you mean the figure's been revised? What do you mean?
Well, they said that it was 4 million that died in Auschwitz, and then they said it was down to 1 million, so they've revised the figure.
Well, how many people? How many people do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
271,000 that died in Auschwitz.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million.
And so I would say, if I was Piers Morgan, I'd be like, first of all, what's your entire net worth? And secondly, what does it matter? Like, what does it matter? I think you would agree that there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of these people brutally killed, and the only thing they were guilty of was their ethnicity.
Why is he even on with Piers Morgan?
Right,
why is Piers giving this guy a platform?
Agreed.
Piers has had a lot of these guys on. He's had like Andrew Tate on and a lot of people that are from the other side of, you know, this debate, and he kind of always handles it well. It looks like, you know, he's on the side of Israel, but Dan Bilzerian has been tweeting, has been on shows, getting this message out there for a long time.
Oh, he has.
Yeah.
Again, I simply ask you, Dan, what's the motivation for making claims like that? What do you stand to gain by trying to diminish what happened?
Great question.
Yeah, no, this is good.
What a great question. Let me just back it up a little bit. What a great question to come back with. Like, what do you stand to?
My motivation's the truth.
It's an important debate between 1 million, 2 million, 4 million. That's where it's crucial there, because if it was only 1 million, there might have been some love there, you know?
Right. 1 million ain't a big deal.
Yeah.
3 million's a big deal. You know what? 12's a big deal.
I bet my net worth there was less than 6 million, pussies.
For making claims like that. What do you stand to gain by trying to diminish what happened in World War II?
I'm just answering your question. I mean, I'm a gambler, so if I think that, you know, something is a low probability, then I would bet on it. And I don't know for a fact, but
I don't know that I don't know that Vegas has any sports book on all of in the sports betting world as to the over and under of the Holocaust.
Yeah, we have a new sponsor now called MyFuhrer.com.
Over under 6 million. Lay your personal worth on it now.
The evidence all says that it was less than 6 million.
Okay, so who cares? What is it? So it's 5.45 billion. What does it matter?
Well, I like that he's unpacking this, but not that Jewish people are the biggest threat to America.
I mean, just the mathematics don't work. Like, you can't cremate that many bodies. Like, the whole, gas chamber thing, it's a very ineffective way to kill people. So when people have researched this and they've done the due diligence, they said it's mathematically impossible.
They said it.
People
did. People and they. No organization or
modern day Nazis when they look at this.
No, accredited anything that did the due diligence to actually count how many and how efficient the gas chambers were compared to not being they did. They did the numbers.
You see, I'm sorry, but I just find that unbelievably offensive, and I'm not even Jewish.
Well, you know what? Good for Piers Morgan. I like that. I love that.
They said it's mathematically impossible.
You see, I'm sorry, but I just find that unbelievably offensive, and I'm not even Jewish. Again, there is clear evidence that 6 million people, almost predominantly Jewish, were killed in the Holocaust. 12 million were killed by the Nazis in total. They were a genocidal monstrosity, the Nazis.
I hope this guy, Lummy, I wish death upon him.
Oh, wow.
No, he just sat there like he's all that. Like you're all that. Who the hell are you? How did you make your money? It was given to you from your shady ass dad. And you, I got to tell you, Lummy, they need to look into the exploitation. I mean, you think P. Diddy did? This guy, how many girls has this guy blasted?
What do you think? This guy's up to Diddy stuff?
Well, I don't know.
I like your passion speaks out against Jews. We gotta end this guy.
I'm just saying, listen, What's this guy into?
Bubba, I'll tell you, man, just as being Jewish, right? I mean, and I saw some stuff Dan Bilzerian said weeks ago. I've seen his Twitter account. I mean, he's blaming Jewish people for all the world's problems. And I think that's just something that I've experienced, being Jewish my whole life. So he doesn't really stand out from other people. I just find it interesting that he's going on tour right now, speaking out against us when, I don't know, it seems like he doesn't really even have all of his facts and his stories together.
The only thing he has is hate.
He's got the Reich stuff.
The only thing he has is hate and disdain. He doesn't have any hard facts when he says they and them, and they did the research, and they've determined that the gas chambers were inefficient and that you couldn't kill that many. Give me some type of an accredited,
I don't know how many research projects are going on to try to show, that there are fewer people killed in the Holocaust than was actually claiming. It seems like a weird study to spend money on.
I actually think there's been some significant studies done on and I think the numbers are what Pierce said they are. I think there's more people that agree to that, legitimate people that have, gone, historians and art and people that have, skeletons and remains and things like that. I think that they just didn't arbitrarily pull out the number 6 million, 12 million total during the whole entire World War II genocide. I think that I've seen those numbers published by legitimate places more so than an Instagram guy living off a trust fund.
But I think the point you made to begin all of this discussion, Bubba, is the most salient here, which is whether it was 10,000, 500,000, 1 million, 3 million, 6 million is irrelevant. People were rounded up, put into concentration camps, tortured, starved, and murdered
for only one reason.
Because
based on the ethnicity of them, that's it. Not because they did something bad, not because they were behind on
the pure race.
What type of piece of shiz do you have to be? And this goes for everybody in Rumble and YouTube and wherever else you're listening, to sit here and split hairs over the number of people killed in a genocide. It's irrelevant. I mean, it's wholly irrelevant whether it was 6 million or 3 million or 2 million.
Or 5.9
It's wholly irrelevant.
million.
Like, if you're down to arguing that, you're not a good person. You're just not. Now, if you're saying, and Pierce's point was valid there. What's your point? What's your motivation?
Right.
What are you trying to do?
So the numbers are off a little bit. It's kind of hard to maybe count dead people when they're dead. I'm sure there's a whole bunch that, maybe there's a couple grave sites that weren't unearthed. What's your point? What does it matter? With the minute that
they had a conveyor belt that went, they put the bodies on that then got dumped into the giant furnace. This wasn't just this was
the minute one Jew was killed for being a Jew, then it's the argument's over. Nobody should ever have to go through that.
Everything was set up for mass killings and mass burials, and whether it was 3 million or 6 million, I've always been told 6 million and 10 million overall.
Right.
I never really looked into the numbers that much.
But if the numbers are 5.94 million, okay,
it still happened, and it still was completely wrong. So when Dan Bilzerian wants to bet his net worth that maybe it was only 4 million people that died, again, I don't know what he's trying to prove. But I will say, Bubba, there are a lot of people that do agree with Dan Bilzerian, and they do blame Jewish people. Yes, and a lot of them are afraid.
They're in chat and Rumble right now.
A lot of them are afraid to say it, but so Dan is being that because Dan doesn't have anything to lose. He's being that.
Well, he's most likely being paid, Seth.
Well,
he's most likely, and Lummy nailed it. He's most likely being compensated for doing and spewing what he's doing, and that people want to talk about. Oh, let's really look at things, and you're just eating what you're being told. You're doing the same thing. Follow the money. We've seen it in this country. The whole Russian social media influencer thing with Tim Pool and all these other people. You guys were duped. You were following Russian media, okay? That was paying influencers to tell you what to think. And so just own it. Own the L. Do we all get tricked by the media? Yes.
Yeah.
I've gotten fooled by the media on
And
things.
you're smarter than me, and I get fooled every day by the media.
But take the L. Start asking, who is this person that's telling me this and why? Piers asked the ultimate question there, and he alluded to it, and he should have followed up with it. Who is funding you, Dan? Why are you making this your issue? Because he said, what is your motivation? What is this person's motivation? It isn't the truth. It isn't so the world knows about the actual number of Jews, the exact number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. That's not his motivation. He's trying to dehumanize and desensitize everybody to Jewish hate.
While being backed by some bad guys.
Yes.
Some Middle Eastern
by being
bad
backed
guys.
by somebody who's anti-Jew. 100%.
Man,
Follow the
but
money.
What Dan Bilzerian doesn't realize is, man, that backlash in America, that may work in Albania or where you're from, but that backlash in America is big.
You can survive it though, Bubba. Like, I mean,
I don't know, man.
Kanye survived it. Like, he lost his Adidas
No,
contract.
he didn't. Kanye didn't survive
Kanye's up for Grammys, Bubba. Kanye went on tour and sold out. Like, Kanye, all he did was lose. I think he's back to being a billionaire again. I mean, you can.
I don't know, man. I don't know if he fully survived.
He lost some things, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know what Dan Bilzerian has to lose. So whether he's getting paid or not, he is representing people that can't get on Twitter because they have things to lose. He's representing those by talking about that the Jews are responsible for all of the world's problems.
Look, I'm a gambler like Dan Bilzerian, and I'll bet my life savings that he's being funded and compensated for this the crap that he's spewing.
Here's another article. Qatar's behind influencers like Dan Bilzerian.
But here's the deal: whoever is backing him by for whatever reason, what does it matter? Like, even the people that are backing
what
him.
does it matter?
Hold on,
It matters is that they want anti-Jew hate.
Oh,
they want to spread
so the
that.
matter is not necessarily how many people were actually killed in the Holocaust. The matter is we want to just spread anti-Semitism. We want people to hate Jews. That's that. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. We want people not to like Jewish people.
Yeah.
Period.
We'd like more protests on college campuses.
And we can sit here and argue over how many were killed and not killed, but the underlying tone is don't like Jewish people because they're bad. Right? And you can get down the rabbit hole with regards to how many were killed in the Holocaust, but overall they're bad people. That's the message.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't understand how you can live in America, do business in America, try to own and thrive in America with that mindset.
By the way,
I just don't understand how that mindset gets you ahead in American business.
Because America has been infiltrated by foreign companies and corporations and oligarchs and conglomerates that are now they are influencing our influencers. I mean, this is why do you think the Vladimir Putin is a good dude stuff started here? Because you got guys like Tim Pool and all these other right-wing influencers that were paid to spread that message that the Ukrainians are the bad guys. And people buy it.
I gotta go to words when we come back. Did you guys see $55 million to fix the Trop?
Yeah.
At that point, Brian, don't you say, listen, we're gonna play our home games between George Steinbrenner Field and the Phillies, the two nicest.
No, here's my thing: is if you're gonna play those there, why not just play them at the Trop?
Well, because they're saying that
there's no drainage.
There's no drainage, and a lot of their scoreboards and all that stuff aren't made for outside.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So they don't have a lot of their electronic infrastructure's not outside friendly because.
Why don't they just, if they're gonna do the new stadium, just start it sooner?
Start it tomorrow.
Yeah, start it tomorrow. Let's go.
But then where do the Rays play for 2 years?
Clearwater.
That's what I'm saying. Between the Phillies facility,
they can't play there. Those have spring training. Those have minor league teams.
No. You juggle between 3 of the facilities.
Why not in Orlando?
Yeah, the wide world of sports is the most intelligent.
Or having to invest money.
What's the capacity of Wide World Sports?
I think
10 maybe.
Yeah, I think 9 or 10,000.
Yeah, there you go.
But the issue there is they've got a lot of rentals and groups that have contracts that they would have to force those groups to now switch their entire plans. Little league tournaments and AAU tournaments and.
I think moving Little League tournaments is a lot easier than juggling between single A baseball.
Yeah, but you're still screwing a ton of people. like who have travel plans, plane tickets. I mean, this. I'm not saying they can't make it work or they shouldn't try to, but MLB doesn't want to juggle the schedule. That's part of the problem because they could also move them down to Miami. They could share the stadium with the Marlins. Is there any way to fit a baseball field on Raymond James Stadium?
No, it's not big enough.
Yeah, I know. But no, I mean, look, it's interesting. Yeah, the A's aren't using their stadium in Oakland.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Macho saying he doesn't hear it.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, it's this thing.
It's the TV?
Yeah.
You gonna get your vape pen, buddy? Let's see where it's at here.
I'm like going nuts. I'm like, where's that? Like, it's not like someone's trying
It
to
sounded like a drill or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, I'm like, but it was too consistent. I knew it was. I knew it wasn't like something he was actually working on because it's too consistent of a noise.
Can he?
I feel like the 10th time trying. I'm like, okay.
All right, Babyface Brigade, we need some money today. It's Thursday. It hasn't been totally light, but let's make it rain a little bit.
I'm gonna run outside real quick. After I open these, you just tell me what you think, okay? I'll be right back, okay? You just shh.
Sure.
Oh man, when you have Lexi Hull on the top, holy shit. You got your Brittany Griner.
Couldn't hear it in the. Yeah, it's the TVs. Why do you have it up for? Yeah, I just muted them all. Why'd you have it up?
Oh man, Seth. What's up, Bubba Army? Babyface Brigade, we need to hook up on the money here, please. Just a little taste. Yeah, I'm in his house, Anthony. How we doing today? Sorry, just looking at Seth has the worst luck with trading cards. He cannot pull a good card to save his life. I feel for him. It's actually sad and comical. But we'll be doing a break at the Content House. Only 8 spots will be available. Seth and I are working on finalizing the numbers. It's going to be a big one. 2 hobby boxes. Seth, you got Lisa Leslie, Tamika Catchings, and Brittany Griner. I don't know what more you could want. Holy shit. You picked it though. You said middle, and I let you pick it.
I don't know what setup you had there. There was no pictures.
1, 2, 3.
I don't know what you did. Give me my cards back.
Why? You're going
Because I'm gonna sell a lot. I'm gonna sell a lot for $5, and the shipping's $4.95.
I mean, I got it numbered at each one of mine. I'm speechless.
I know.
You have the worst luck in the world.
I know.
Like seriously.
I know. I just like even like a Cameron Brink or like an Angel Reese base would have been cool.
You have the Samid touch. That's Midas backwards. Sadim, the Sadim touch.
Well, glad everything's going well for you. Hey, so for the Blizzard today, we'll just do like a half hour, Brian, okay? We'll announce the break, we'll do a couple of things, and then
I've already announced the break sort of, but not fully.
That's fine.
I've teased it.
I just have to be at axe throwing by 11:30.
For what?
I'm axe throwing with my boys today.
Oh.
I go do the stuff with the boys every Thursday. We go hitting. We go win
Oh, yeah, I mentioned top golf.
Yeah, now today we're going axe throwing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe I'll throw one at myself, so I don't ever have to spend $37 again on this heartbreak.
It was 40.
You followed him?
I unfollowed him.
Oh, you?
I just showed him.
Lovey's in solidarity. Unfollowed Bilzerian.
That's right.
Good.
I'm not ignoring anything, Dark
pull it out,
Match Dave.
Tommy.
I'm saying follow the money. But it's all the same people that are yelling, well, you're getting your information from this, and you're getting your information from that, and they're owned by this, and they're owned by that. But you don't even realize who you're getting your information from, you nudnicks. You knuckleheads.
I get mine from Jesus Christ.
That's it. And if you just followed what he taught,
I have Jesus Christ and fortune cookies.
you would never mix two different fabrics together. It's a sin.
Oh, man.
There's a lot of rules in those Bibbles that people conveniently don't. They pick and choose what they want to follow. That's the problem I have with the Bible. If you truly followed the Word of God,
What's up, Neil? What's up, Fat
woo,
Pig?
your life would be interesting.
Yeah, I fucking suck. I suck, Hoss. I fucking suck at these fucking... I suck at these WNBA blasters.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today I should say about 9:50 to 9:50. We'll put all of our attention to our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/The Bubba Army or twitch.com/The Bubba Army. Go get your account on Twitch while you can. And we're just going to basically, when we say goodbye and end the show, do what they call a raid.
A panty raid?
You know what? A 21-year-old French girl raid who's, plainly attractive. She's kind of plain looking, but she is attractive. And we're going to, upon discovering her channel, we're
going to virtually hit it and quit it. All of us together.
Yeah, there you go.
You never know when you're going to be over in France.
And here's the deal, man. Be respectful to her. Don't all at least follow her. Let's get her followers up. We're just trying to help, the less fortunate.
Aren't the French nasty?
Can I make a suggestion?
Sorry.
Can we start the interview off by asking her how many Jews she thinks were killed in the Holocaust? I think that's a great way to start every conversation.
It's a good kind of
icebreaker.
Feel
it
out.
out. Yeah.
No, we can't. Thanks.
No?
Appreciate it.
It tells you a lot
Hurricane
about a
Milton
person right away.
And now we know the price tag. $55 million to make repairs to the...
$55 million just to basically cover... I mean, Seth has a part of it.
I'll sell it back to him for $10. I mean, if they want to get started.
I just don't understand how it's $55 million to put a fiberglass-based material over... Listen,
you got to pay the people to do it. I mean,
but all the infrastructure's built. Meaning all the,
it's infrastructure from 1987.
They said a lot of that stuff got damaged in the wind.
What, the girders and all that?
Yeah, they said a lot of it has to be reinforced.
But a lot of it didn't either.
But it was a dub before the stadium the roof got ripped off.
I thought $55 million was actually kind of cheap.
That's light. I thought it was going to be $100.
Yeah, me too.
$55 million.
I mean, look. I don't know if they're going to do it by the time the season starts.
No, they said it's impossible. They said it can be ready for 2026. Yeah. They've already flat out said the Rays will not be playing a single home game in that stadium this upcoming season.
Right.
I think that to me the options are Orlando or Port Charlotte. This is something they have to fix. They can't let it go like that.
Just tear it down and start building the new one.
Right.
Why would you put 55? Okay,
because there's no money for a new one, Brian. There's no money for a new one. That's why they haven't started building it yet.
So just start raising the money then. We're not rebuilding the stadium. If it bleeds into 2026 for the Rays, sorry about your luck, buddy.
I gotta look up the number, but Welch, the company Welch, I guess, is putting down a ton of money for them to try and speed up some of the redevelopment stuff.
Oh, the mayor of St. Pete, Ken Welch.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see.
Are you saying,
let me
Brian,
figure out the number?
Couldn't they take the insurance money that was supposed to be used for the Trop to then start?
Well, that's part of the delay for the Trop.
Okay.
They could do that, but part of the delay is they have a $22 million deductible. So the first $22 million of damage is not covered. And then they have to look and see, the insurance company is going to send out one of their adjusters.
Oh, those guys.
Who is going to look at everything and determine whether or not it's a covered loss, because they may elect allege that the Rays failed to do maintenance
Well, hold on.
and upkeep.
I also heard that the original build is this material was only warranted for it was a 25-year material.
Yeah, and
meaning
it's been like 40,
and it was only good to 110 miles an hour from year 0 to 25, and so it's been on there like nearly 40 years. So they could have a big-time problem with the adjuster and the fact that they may not get any insurance money due to the fact that they almost doubled the lifespan of the material and the infrastructure.
Yeah, but my argument is whichever insurance company wrote that, they had the opportunity to inspect, and if they failed to, that's on them. So, but that part of the problem is that they want the money to do the repairs. They don't know what amount of money that's going to be, and so that's part of the reason for the slow up is they don't think that this is going to the coverage issue is going to be resolved until the March of next year, and that's obviously already too late for the season.
You're saying just the who pays for what, how we write this up, and who's responsible for what may not even get resolved for another 5 or 6 months. And then, at that point...
Two, 3, 4 more months. Yeah.
Right. And so at that point, it's going to probably take 6 or 7 months to do it.
Yep.
And now that puts you, all of 20...
That puts you into this time next year.
Right.
Facility that will be torn down in just a few years. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis is live for us.
And so there's, city council members, the mayor, all these people that are... Some people are saying, we got to fix it. Other people are saying, why do we fix it when we're just going to literally it's only going to be on there for 2 years?
Some people are saying that this was actually an inside job to bring down DeSantis.
Side cleaning.
Can I just say...
some people said it was caused by chemtrails.
That's right.
Well, that's definitely weakened it. Can you just say what, Seth?
I just wanted to let everybody know, and I've said this since I was on the radio.
That you're doing a WNBA break that you got screwed on? Oh, I'm sorry.
I got hosed on a $40 WNBA box, but Brian's running a scam on me. But the thing is, Bubba,
you like my repacks?
Bubba,
is he like your degenerate insurance adjuster?
No. What he does is he goes and he has a thing where he can look and see what cards are inside. So when he orders boxes, he sees what cards are inside. He takes the good ones and then he gives me the horrible box.
I put all my cards through an MRI.
He's got a thing. So Bubba, the Rays are never going to get a new stadium here. This has happened, I think, a year or two ago where they said that they were going to break ground and they had it. Then it happened again recently where they said that it was going to happen. And meanwhile, where is the county? Where's the money that the county's supposed to come up with for the money? Where's the money that Stu Sternberg's supposed to put up for this? Where is there a conversation of taking any of that and fixing this while they get it together? Why have they not broken ground on any new stadium yet?
I mean, we still don't have the new stadium plans officialized.
Because they're going to let it go out until the Rays lease is up in 2027, 2028,
right.
And then they're going to be gone.
So this is just another obstacle, or actually another shot in the arm for them to pull up stakes in 2027 and get the hell out of here. Where do they go? Nashville?
I think so.
Charlotte?
Nashville or Charlotte, yeah. Those seem to be popular options. I mean, I don't know if Montreal is going to be a thing.
I don't think so.
Because they originally talked about splitting, but I think that Nashville is definitely the spot for a baseball team.
So this is just another way for them to not have to be here in 2027.
I just think it all contributes to it, but there's been several meetings and everybody's gotten together, and it's happened multiple times over the years of, we found a spot in Ybor we're going to build. We found a spot.
We got the renderings here, and it's going to turn Al Lopez Park into,
things just tightened up.
Let me. How about Al Lopez Park? Why can't they play there?
Al Lopez Park.
No, the place.
You're talking about it in St.
Steinbrenner.
That's the soccer stadium now.
Yeah.
It used to be a baseball stadium.
But it's got its own set of issues that it's not going to work. That's not
it's too old. They said
Al Lang Field
in
is what you're
October.
talking about.
In October, the Rays announced that they will start breaking ground in January of 2025.
Come on.
Breaking ground.
In 2 months? Come on.
Yeah, please.
I mean, they're
tonight with some reaction from city leaders and some newly elected city commissioners.
This is interesting, the city commissioners.
Yeah, good evening, Allie. That 400-page report makes a few things very clear. The Trop could be fixed up in time for opening day in 2026. and that means the Rays would need to find a new temporary home for the 25 season. Now, for some, the price tag that came in on fixing the Trop was lower than they expected and they anticipated, but for some, it is far too much for a stadium that will ultimately be bulldozed.
If you boil it down to, should we spend $30 million for 2 years of baseball in the city? I find that absurd. The tricky part is we have legal obligations as well. So we have to meet our legal obligations as far as providing a place for them to play or finding a venue or whatnot.
St. Pete City Councilor
So
Richie
hold on now. So, Brian, is the city legally bound to have a facility for them to play on?
So it's almost like if you have a tenant in your house and it gets destroyed by a storm, the lease most likely says that you have to then put them up into suitable accommodations until the house is inhabitable.
So
again.
this could be the same for them, but
An
just
inhabitability
on
clause.
a larger scale.
Yep.
Wow.
Boyd, who did not support the deal for a new stadium, is also not inclined to spend nearly $56 million to fix the Trop. But he says the city could be in a bind. Because of its current contract, the city is on the hook for repairs. In a statement, the mayor outlines that much of the cost could be covered by insurance and FEMA reimbursement, saying, quote, "We believe having our hometown team play in St. Petersburg as soon as possible is important for our community. The city plans to meet its obligations to ensure that the Rays can play in St. Pete, and the redevelopment of the historic gas plant district and the construction of the new stadium move forward." Newly elected city
Now, Kenny Welch has got it all rung in.
Well, he's bought and paid for by the Rays organization.
Council member Corey Givens Jr. told me that the city should take its time in making that decision, at least until hurricane season is over. He said, quote, "You never know what sort of pressing needs may arise between."
Hold on. I think now that this latest storm that they had is going to not be a factor, that's probably we're probably done with hurricane season. So we can start trying to fix this or come up with plans. What's the official end of hurricane season is the last day of November?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so we're 2 weeks from, and usually these are, you can predict these storms that are heading this way within a week. So we're literally 1 week away from the end of hurricane. I mean, has Florida ever gotten a hurricane in December?
No, they don't call it a hurricane. Then it's a different type.
It's a tropical storm.
It's a post-tropical or subtropical storm.
Kind of like the no-name storm.
Okay.
Between now and then. To add to the complications counselors are navigating, there is a new makeup on Pinellas County Commission that could change the vote on issuing bonds for the new stadium.
Oh, this is the worst timing really possible. If we were talking about, we need to salvage Tropicana Field to last us another 10, 15 years, this starts to become a much more simple conversation. The fact that the elections happened and there's new county commissioners that feel differently about it means that we're in a situation where we don't know if we're getting a new stadium in a couple of years anymore.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's certainly not a simple.
So you're saying with the new turnover and the county commissioners, which, getting a new stadium is not just a St. Pete City thing, but the county's going to have to kick in through, a penny tax on, just however they raise the money. Isn't it over $1 billion project? The new one,
1.3,
I think it is.
It's 1.3,
and 1.3 billion is kind of cheap by new stadium standards. What was SoFi to build?
Oh gosh, $2 billion.
3?
2 or 3, yeah.
Simple conversation anymore, but the mayor says that if they do move forward with repairing the...
Now, the new one, Lummy, is it supposed to be open air?
No, it's closed.
It's closed?
Yes.
Too?
Trop, that means the Rays could play 3 more seasons up until 2028. That would be the final season at the Trop before moving on to the new stadium. Reporting live in St. Petersburg, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
I personally think that they need to repair it, because I mean they can get what do they got to play through? They can play 26 and 27.
But you're basically telling your baseball team to piss off if you decide not to fix it. And again, if you can't come up with the $55 million or whatever it takes to fix a roof, you're going to come off $600, $700 million for a new stadium. That's why they whatever guy they were just talking to from the city council, it just said a new stadium would possibly not happen at all. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just feel like it's very obvious that they're not ever going to get a new stadium.
I don't know,
there.
Brian. How do you feel about it? I mean, what's your opinion of
this? This is a wrinkle I think that nobody anticipated in this whole thing, and I think it does change the dynamics of the new stadium, especially under the fact that 2 of the people elected to the county commission are not in support of it. So even though it passed, I think it was 5-2 before, the vote would be down to 4-3 now, based upon the current makeup of the commission. So it's on, and I think of those 5, there were some that were kind of on the fence about it. So it's tenuous at best. The future of the Rays, I mean, here's the problem for them is they're running out of time for other options. So I get what Seth's saying, but it's not like you can pop up a stadium in Nashville overnight. Like, that takes a lot of time, planning, studies, money, construction.
Yeah, but if they're going to go play in a minor league stadium now for the next year or 2 because the city is just too cheap to fix their stadium, then if they had to go play in a minor league stadium in Nashville for a year or 2 before they got their state-of-the-art stadium and people actually started going to watch their games, I think they would take that hit.
I don't think they're going to spend 3 to 4 years playing in a minor league stadium, though. That's the issue. I mean, the part of the problem here for the Rays is that they apparently are on the. So this is what St. Pete has to take into consideration when they're looking at fixing this or not. Is it sounds like they're financially on the hook for paying for an alternate location for the Rays to play.
The city of St. Pete is.
The city of St. Pete,
right?
And so whatever the cost is to rent out Wide World of Sports for 81 games and staff it and do everything like that. And let's think.
And hold on, and probably have to maybe house the players.
And you're talking about like the financial impact to the downtown St. Pete area. Fergs, all those concession workers, ticket takers,
parking
attendants. I mean, this is
a huge financial.
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And the screwy part about it is the only people that get made whole out of all this are the billionaire stadium owners and team owners. The little guys that rely on the organization to be there are the ones that are going to be screwed and left holding the bag. I mean, it's a tough situation.
What is Donald Trump thinking by putting up Gates as the Attorney General? Now, isn't the Attorney General a real important job?
It's a genius move.
Okay, tell me why.
Because everybody will be focused on him and how unfit he is for the job, and they will not be focused on the other. Now it makes every other nominee that he put up that might have been somewhat questionable
sail through.
Because, compared to Gates, this one's a no-brainer.
Everybody looks like, clean as the wind-driven snow compared to Gates.
Yeah, sex trafficker Matt Gates.
Gates.
He will survive. Look, the House is a rough and rowdy place, but Mike Johnson is going to be just fine. I served 20 years in the military. It's my absolute honor to be in Congress, but I served with some real scumbags. Look, Matt Gaetz, he paid minors to have sex with him at drug parties. Bob Good endorsed my opponent, a known neo-Nazi. These people used to walk around with white hoods at night. Now they're walking around with white hoods in the daytime. He will survive.
Wow.
That's a Republican, by the way, who's on the Department of Homeland Security and the Appropriations Committee.
Well, that's a really. Did you come out? Can you say it like that? He paid. He said it like it was.
He said it was fact.
He said it was a fact.
Yeah. He said it was a fact.
Well,
they
have been investigating him for quite some time in the House, and they have a lot of evidence.
Hold on, no. I do think that it is a known fact, and it's not refuted, that indeed he did pay for prostitutes or something like that. Like, I think he's admitted to that.
Well, I don't know that he ever admitted
But the
to
Justice Department in 2023 ended the investigation and had no charges.
I keep getting,
but the
listen, I keep-
House
listen,
Judiciary, the House Ethics Committee has been investigating him since that whatever reason the Justice Department dropped it. We know for a fact that the former comptroller hold on, Bubba. We know for a fact that the former comptroller in Orlando rolled on Matt Gaetz.
Yes, you
and
know what? Hold
turned
on.
him over.
And listen, Brian, I get handwritten from prison letters from that guy.
Yeah, forget his name.
And when we were on Florida Man Radio in Orlando, I need to have Merch Crick go back and look. I've kept them, but I've gotten handwritten letters from that comptroller laying out all the shady stuff him and Gaetz. Maybe I should bring that in, let you look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see it.
Because it comes from like the Orange County Jail or whatever the hell. Whatever the hell it is, I got handwritten. I got to find.
I mean, they have receipts. They have Cash App,
made
payments to these 17-year-old girls. It says for like books and tuition and things like that, which makes no sense whatsoever.
And why would Trump with Gaetz comes this scuttlebutt and this possibility? Trump knows about that. Why would you even want to go down that path? Why wouldn't you just find somebody that's just as qualified and far less doesn't have near the baggage or the reputation? Or
I think he's taking care of his ride or dies, Bubba.
I think it's his ride or dies, and I think that there's probably strategically a little bit of what I'm saying is now you're not going to question any other pick when you're questioning this one.
Gaetz already resigned from the Congress.
Yeah, no, he's taking the position.
I think out of deference to us, he issued his resignation letter effective immediately of Congress. That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what
they run a special election in his area. By the way, he represents like the Fort Walton Beach area. Will they have, Brian, a special election up there for a new congressperson? When a guy like...
I think so, but they said his vote goes empty from now until...
I think DeSantis can appoint a replacement. Maybe.
Oh, is that how it goes?
Yeah, I think that's how it is.
And then they'll have a special election at some point.
When the re-election is.
Yeah.
Caught us by surprise a little bit, but
What's that?
Macho sent a video about Matt Gaetz, I guess.
Where'd you send it to?
He sent it to me to send it to your messenger.
All right. Did you send it?
Yes.
All right.
That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what the reasoning was, and he said, well, you can't have too many absences. So under Florida state law, there's about an 8-week period to select and fill a vacant seat. And so by doing so today, that allows me, I've already placed a call to Governor DeSantis in Florida.
All right, so this guy's kind of laying it out for us.
Said, let's start the clock. He's in Italy at the moment, and so we're going to talk first thing in the morning about this. And if we start...
Ronnie D's in Italy.
Wow. Clock now, if you do the math, we may be able to...
Here you go. If you do the math.
Fill that seat as early as January 3rd when we take the new oath of office for the new Congress. So Matt would have done us a great service by making that decision as he did on the fly.
There you go.
And so we're grateful for that.
Let me look at the video that you sent.
Yeah, from Macho.
And it comes from Macho, and it's a...
It says about Matt Gaetz.
All right, here we go.
The Big Don will personally fix the Rays Stadium. Matt Gaetz will start a wet T-shirt contest.
Mach, you're quite the EP, my friend.
The Big Don will personally fix the Rays Stadium. Matt Gaetz will start a wet T-shirt contest.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I'm sure Macho has some Matt Gaetz stories from the Orlando EDM parties.
DeSantis looks like he's over there opening up a trade office for
Oh man.
in Italy.
How long has he been over there?
Looks like he went yesterday.
Oh.
He's fine there meeting with him.
Yeah. Sure, it's a.
All right, my axe throwing's been moved up to 11:30.
What's that?
My axe throwing's been moved up to 11:30.
Up or back?
Are you gonna videotape this?
No.
Up or back?
What?
Up, moved up, like it was noon and now it's 11:30, or it was 11 and now it's 11.
It was 12:30, now it's 11:30.
Oh, are you going to blow off the blizzard?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm just saying that we just can't do it too much of a long one. Like one time we were getting done, you're like, "What? Was that it? We should be doing more."
Yeah, I don't like getting cut short. I can go all night.
Well, save it for the content house. Hey Tina, at 5, I bombed yesterday. Yesterday was my worst teaching appearance I've ever had.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, I just talk about it. Save it for the air. Save it for the air. Save it for the air.
I just bombed, dude. Just
save it for the air.
Kids fucking.
Not during hot mic.
Did they like the ducks?
Jesus Christ! I said save it for the air.
I don't know who I should listen to.
You listen to this, Bubba. Not that fucking snowflaked out libtard Bubba who's been running this show. MAGA Bubba said save it for the air.
You think somebody's starting to smell himself a little bit?
Nope.
He's a great guy, man.
Yeah.
Bubba, when you really get to know him, he's a great guy.
Well, I've known him longer than all you guys times 2.
I know, but I really know the softer side. The dad side. The fake brandy, fleshlight side. That's the side that I know, the tender loving care side.
Oh, I know that too. It's just
No, trust me, Tina, it was a disaster.
You'll hear about it in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Tina.
I just walked out of there going, that might have been my last one ever. You could tell when you've lost it.
Kids aren't the same. They don't care.
You know, like I don't give a I'm not trying to keep this motherfucker's attention. If you don't want to be a streamer or a card collector, go fucking stand in the corner, bitch.
Who said that?
That's what I'm saying to kids.
That's how he felt.
Yeah. Dude, lock in on me just because I'm not Mr. Beast doesn't mean that I haven't done anything in my career, you know? You fucking assholes.
Man, I can't wait to get to this. Next.
I used to get a whole elementary school. My mom would get a whole fucking school in there. The kids would go crazy. I'd tell them I know Justin Bieber. Now these kids don't even know who Selena Gomez is.
From what now? What was it about?
Who is the big-headed bird-chested guy in the green shirt? Lower left corner.
Who? Like this person just tuning in for the first time ever? Or they just had jokes?
They said every day that guy always talks like a bitch. So
Every day?
Yeah, so maybe he is a new listener.
Well, Dan's in this seat most of the time, right?
I don't know for left side.
But I will say, getting asked by my daughter to come is pretty cool. It is a proud moment. I know she was happy. I agree with you, Berto. Can't wait to see you at Bark, buddy. I hope you're gonna bring the hallucinogens.
Morning, Jenny's Ray, 35.
We still expecting about 200 for Davenport Ale House?
Uh-huh.
What up, Lunger?
Oh yeah, Seth, did you play the Sammy AI song for them? That would have gotten a big pop, I think.
Oh man, I forgot. You were calling me.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Starting tomorrow about 4 o'clock.
Sicilian Redneck, $50. Babyface Thursday.
Fish on the J, 25 on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, and he pays homage to the great Shovel Face as well.
Thank you, Fish on the J. Stay safe out there.
The Content House, the Orlando Content House starts tomorrow. And when me, Rhett, who's all riding with us?
Let's just, just say who all's going to be there, Bubba. I mean, it's going to be a packed house this weekend.
Who's who?
Yeah, pretty much everybody associated with the show is going to be there.
Gene Lasker?
No, stop.
Tuttle, Colton, Rhett, Macho, Babyface, Dr. Dan, Big Red,
Lummy, Bubba, you,
Merch Crick.
I think it's about it. We'll be there all day Friday. Friday night, the big high spot is.
Yeah, Gary Cantrell too. We got to get him a spot to sleep.
No, what? No, who just sneaked that in all of a sudden?
Well, who's going to be doing the video, dude?
What do you mean? Who snuck that in?
We knew Gary was coming.
You told me the day we talked about this. I locked in Gary.
We talked about it. He's rolling some. He's helping us roll some footage.
I got it.
You told me to lock him in at $3,000 for the weekend.
You can't tell him to turn around. He's probably in Georgia by now.
Okay, guys, no big deal. I forget a lot.
You said you were going to pay him $3,000.
Would you?
You did.
Yeah, he said each of your tech guys are getting a $1,000 bonus for running the weekend.
I know for a fact I didn't say that.
I'm running film now.
You're running? Let me. You're running film.
Yeah.
You're securing. You're being security. My personal security.
They kicked Brian's ass. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we're going to play dodgeball, which I'm really excited about. Sponjo, I'm glad you agreed to that. So if you need me to get any dodgeballs, let me know.
Should we bring the goats? Let them run wild to the house?
No.
No. I can't wait to play dodgeball against Brian.
We're not staying on a farm, guys. We're staying in a community with neighbors, and we are going to have to, be somewhat civilized. I think.
Mind our P's and Q's.
I mean, we don't have to mind the cues. I just think we need to, just
mind our P's.
Not bring goats. I think.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, I think that maybe the homeowners association. I think the people that own the home. The neighbors probably know the owners, so they're probably going to be getting a call in. Like, do you know that the people that you're renting to this weekend have a 4-man tent set up underneath the trampoline with airsoft guns as security?
Well, we let Brian handle that.
Hold on. Now they're playing dodgeball. Okay, hold on. Now hairy men are jumping into the pool, and they're awful loud. They're really, really loud, and it seems to be about 15 vehicles parked out there. I don't know. Now, do you think the neighbors will know that we're live?
No, they know. They probably it's that house, Bubba. I would imagine gets used all the time.
But Seth, maybe we should put our sandwich board out on the front lawn. That has our QR code.
No, maybe we should keep it on the down low because there could be parts in terms of the agreement that say you're not allowed to use it for commercial purposes.
Oh. Here comes Johnny Lawyer.
Well,
which is exactly why we have you around.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't want my opinion.
No, now see, why?
No,
don't be a dick.
Well, you say, oh, God, here comes Johnny Lawyer. It's a bad thing.
And then in the same breath, what did I say?
Which is why we have him around.
Exactly.
Bubba, you think
don't always accentuate my badness. Why don't you sometimes throw me a good bone?
I'm sorry.
You little shovel-faced son of a bitch.
Bubba, you think when Bang Bros goes and shoots a porno, they set up a big sign in the front yard that says "Bang Bros is here"? Just want to let you know. Scan this and get $6.99 the first month.
When Brandy Love is doing a threesome with two black guys in a rented hotel, in an Airbnb in Fort Lauderdale, she probably didn't have her Brandy Love porn hub.
Right. We'll take care of the content in the house, and whatever spills outside. But. I'm with Brian here. I don't think we have to, mark that we're there.
I agree, and I've also agreed to put the tent out back. So I'm trying to, work with y'all.
That works.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's South Tampa from the mean streets of Goshen, Indiana. But I live in Tampa now. But what I wanted to just say, and I know you hate, hey, I'm a producer, I'm going to suggest this, but I think it would be cool because he is the charter member of the White Collar Bubba Army. I would love to see a Babyface travel hacks show, like maybe once a quarter or something. You could probably get affiliate links for people signing up for cards and things like that. Just an idea. I think it would be useful for a lot of people out there.
Brian, are you good at travel hacks? I mean, are you good enough to do a show on?
I mean, yeah, I could tell them my tips and tricks. Not all of them. Like I got an Uber Eats one that I want to keep on the DL that's working out pretty good for me.
You do?
Yeah. I get an extra $15
That's
free
behind
each
the paywall.
month. What's that? That's behind the paywall?
That's behind the paywall. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the suggestion. More importantly,
the Blizzard brand is looking to break out, so that could be the next part of it. We do have Blizzard Breaks, we do have the Blizzard Podcast, and this could be the Blizzard Hack Show.
Yeah, welcome to the Blizzard Travel Agency.
By the way, we're about an hour away from rating this.
What's her name?
Her screen. Well, I don't want to tell you.
We're about an hour away from scaring the hell out of a.
But didn't you literally post it? Like, you you don't want to tell me, but you posted
Would
it.
I rather have them not be on her channel, but be on my channel?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Be on my channel so that when I rate her, my numbers are bigger. If I give everybody out, I did give her information out over Twitter and Facebook a few days ago for people to maybe familiarize themselves with her, but asking you to make sure that your Bubba Army Twitch channel is all up to speed. Sometimes it requires a two thing authorization kind of deal. So from now until then, try to get your Twitch working and sign on to us if you could, please. Because let me about 9:52, we're gonna raid her. We're gonna say goodbye here. We're gonna close everything down.
Hopefully she goes live by then.
Well, yeah, hopefully
Because if she doesn't, then we might have to find someone else.
Then we're gonna look stupid.
Well, no, just pick a random person.
Yeah,
I think that'd be even cooler.
Yeah, if she's not live,
then we find a chick with some jugs out and we give it to her.
Then we go to the filter, Lummy, and we hit English, and then we scroll on down to some chick that's got like 4 viewers. That's how we found this girl, and we just raid them. Be like, hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge, Bubba Army, and here's
let's just make sure they're not spewing hate.
Let's do a prediction right now on how many people we think we'll have. I think we'll have 500.
Oh no,
you don't think so?
I do.
Why'd you say oh no?
Because that's just the first. That's always the first thing that comes to my head. Because I'm a negative leaning prick.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm a negative leaning snowflake and prick.
Oh, wow.
Lummy, I'm thinking, because we promoted a lot. We got like 1,300 people on YouTube.
I say 313.
I say 463.
I say 500. Lummy?
I'm going to say 563.
Wouldn't it be nice to have 1,000 on there? I mean, realistically, if we had, how many do we have on Rumble right now?
Yeah, but most of those Rumble guys refuse to go to Twitch.
Yeah.
Out of principle.
It's too woke.
Yeah, they don't want to be associated with that.
But we do have 1,300 on YouTube. I don't know how many we have on an X.
1,300 on Rumble.
1,300 on Rumble.
Yep.
1,300 on YouTube. There's 2,600. X, we have...
Brian, Bubba, did you know that Brian and I really are... we really are doing a karaoke thing on Twitch.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's happening.
Are you going to be part of it?
Everybody has to be.
If I can be.
It's going to be the number one fundraiser thing that we do all weekend.
You don't think it's going to be a dodgeball? Watching your face get smashed in?
I don't know. I think the karaoke might be more popular because people are going to vote by contributing to that person. So they're going to earmark their name to who they think won. And so whoever ends up with the most support wins.
Let's also not forget Saturday night at the Davenport Ale House is the debut, Lummy. We've been rained out twice.
Yes.
Of the Cash Cube. We're also adding the knife on, your opportunity to win a knife on the wheel of misfortune. And, so you spin it. If it hits Cash Cube, if it hits Cash Cube, you got to get in the cube. And was it 15 seconds, 30 seconds? I don't know. It's been so
15.
long.
Give him 15.
Saturday's going to be so beautiful, too. High of 80, low of 60 in Davenport. Couldn't ask for better weather. Chamber of Commerce weather.
So, Seth, yesterday you were part of the Great American Teach-In.
Oh, man.
And, this was thrown upon me last minute. I got you a Bubba Army backpack so that you could hold like 20 ducks and 20 pairs of Bubba Army sunglasses.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how it went? And I'd like for you to pick it up from the time that you... First of all, I think you went upstairs and got all that stuff.
Yes, I did. Merch Kirk gave me very specific instructions, and man, she knows where everything is. So.
She does. And then you take that, you pull up to school.
Yeah,
I'm assuming you went right from here to school.
I stopped at home real quick and put on a button-down shirt and some jeans.
Okay.
I do want to say I did not bring the ducks because...
Uh-oh.
Why?
Because they have the QR code on it.
Oh, that's a good point. And the kids scan it.
Phoebe was very adamant.
You better have them back here then.
I never
they
took them.
Better not be on Etsy.
I never took them. I left them here.
It's Etsy shop.
How do you know about Etsy?
Because Bubba tried selling some of his extra knives on there.
So
I brought the knives instead, Bubba. No, so I didn't bring that. Phoebe was very strict with like what I could do, and I don't want to mess around with school at all. So I brought the sunglasses.
Did she go to a private school or public?
No, it's like a charter school. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's like a.
All right, so whatever. So you go and you at least got sunglasses.
So I got sunglasses,
and I got to
baby.
think that every dad or mom that talked didn't have a cool thing like that, did they?
No, I was in the green room, Bubba, and I didn't even see any other parents there, but I did find out that, like, the police were bringing some horses by, so that was a big deal.
Yeah.
Then there was a couple other, like, engineers there, but I'm pretty sure that I was definitely the biggest and coolest celebrity that was at the school yesterday.
But you indicated to me and Brian earlier that it went horribly.
Well, yeah, I bombed, Bubba. I mean, I've done a lot of Great American teach-ins. When my mom was an elementary school teacher, she would get the whole elementary school in there. I'd get on mic, but I would do it with Fisher or Danielle or Drew. Like I would, I'd always have somebody to bounce off of. So yesterday when I found out that I had 30 minutes and that I could talk about,
And by the way, you were actually bragging yesterday, but man, 30 minutes for me and 30 minutes in front of kids, that's a walk in the park. You actually said that's a walk in the park, man. That ain't no big deal at all. Am I right?
And I wasn't prepared. The kids, I gave out the glasses, and the kids were going crazy. They loved that.
Nice.
And then I brought, so I told them about my job, and I used keywords like podcaster, streamer, stuff like that. Tried to get them engaged. Talked that for half the time. Then I talked about my basketball card collection. Sam walked around and gave every kid, baseball, basketball card, and everything like that. Talked about it, but. I mean, the kids checked out on me, Bubba. I mean, they're asking me if I know Mbappe. They're asking me if I know Pele. They're asking me about Ronaldo. It's a soccer leaning crowd. Then they're asking me about, hey, if they want to go record something, what do I do? If their mom's starting a podcast, and half of them I could tell. I looked and I just go, I lost these kids. And once you lose a crowd, Bubba, it's tough.
I know you, especially when you have predicted that you're going to own like 30 minutes as a walk in the park, like you said.
Well, I used to go in and be like, hey, I know Taylor Swift, Selena Gomez, Kesha, Justin Bieber, and the crowds would go crazy. And now I go, hey, I know Taylor Swift, and then I would drop Selena Gomez, and then people then nobody knows anything. Nobody knew Selena Gomez. She's got the most followers on Instagram, and she's a billionaire. Nobody knows her all of a sudden. And then they definitely didn't know Kesha. So I was trying to go back to my top 40 days to figure out who these stupid kids might know.
Did you tell them about Bubba, though, and what you do here?
No, he probably never mentioned my name ever. I'm on a radio show.
No, I said that I said that I was on a streaming show. They kept asking what station it's on, and I said that you just need to go look for it online. So I didn't want to
Yeah, but you didn't ever say.
If you had the ducks with the QR codes, they could have found it easily.
Right.
Their parents, Seth, could have been listeners.
No, I know.
And I don't think anything on our landing page is really obscene or anything, is it, Lummy?
No.
I mean, can you send us our landing page, like when somebody scans our QR code?
I think he should have to go back with the ducks and say he forgot them.
Meanwhile, they would have had these little ducks. They would have thought they were cool. I got glasses and ducks.
I know. The thing, too, is that they really...
Thanks, Phoebe, for overthinking it.
They really checked out on me, too, once I gave them the glasses, because then what am I going to say? They already got what they wanted. They got the glasses. Then you know what these little pricks are doing? Then they're going, can I get a pair for my brother, my sister? Oh, my friend's not here today. I can't get down with all that stuff. And
Same thing you'd be doing.
That's a good point.
I mean, you'd be like,
I sent you the landing page.
Yeah. So had you given them the ducks?
They got the shades though.
Yeah, that's fine. But had you given them the ducks and they happened to skew, that's it is. Connect with the Bubba via social, and I don't think there's anything on here that's bad.
What's the bottom one?
Kick.
Okay. That was only.
Look, connect with the Bubba Army via social media. Okay, so the kid goes there like this. Boom. Let's see what the very first thing comes up. I don't think there's anything bad. Well, okay, maybe there's popping some pimples.
The kids would love that.
Yeah, I don't think popping
That's
pimples
not bad.
are okay. And you know what? Thank you, because you're a dad.
Yeah.
And so if your kid, okay, so let's just go through each one. Okay, I don't think. Hold on, let's see. I don't think there's anything bad there, right? I mean,
No, just hats and shoes and merch.
California, they maybe they want to see a little bit of that action, and then go to our X. What does our X look like? Boom. Beautiful. Nothing going on. Just content. And then our Instagram, which is yours, by the way. You run, so if there's anything bad on there, nothing bad.
No, Merch Crick's even got them under control there.
Yeah, look. Classy. They've been like, oh my God, that's Tony Stewart.
That's PG cleavage there.
Yeah. Okay, so far, I mean, Brian, so far, if your kid have been exposed to these things, I think you'd be okay.
Yeah, no,
right,
no foul, no harm here.
TikTok so far, let me look at this. Shador, Sanders, which they probably all know, right?
I don't think so,
Probably not.
Bubba.
It wasn't a big college football crowd, I don't think.
I don't
Okay,
think
but
they
it's certainly not offensive.
They only knew Mbappe. I really got tired of talking about soccer.
Rumble, that's just our Rumble. White House, Lummy, Trump. That's nothing offensive there.
Oh, yeah.
They go to our Twitch channel.
No, Ryan, we're not on Grindr. We're on Scruff.
They go to our locals channel.
Well, they can't even do anything there. That's just a landing page for
that's
becoming a member.
Right.
Okay, so I was supposed to go through.
That guy's scary. And then they go to our Kick page, which I know boom. There's nothing there either.
Look, I'm pretty chill.
Thanks, Phoebe.
I'm pretty chill.
You really screwed me on that one, Phoebes.
I'm all about the party words and everything like that, but
yeah.
The school just wasn't. The school was, as much as I like to toe the line, I didn't want to do it with the school. So
did the school have a problem with the sunglasses?
No.
And they wouldn't have had a problem with the ducks either.
Well, I know.
If you're the principal and you scan the QR code, I think you go there. I didn't know all that.
No, I know, but I just didn't know if then it's people look you up like the French girl and they find out about your checkered past, and then it's like, oh wow, here's a QR code of a guy that's got such a checkered past. I don't know. You got to imagine worst case scenario.
They can still Google Bubba Army, and then what do you think they're going to find? At least let them find it from a duck.
What are you trying to accomplish, Brian?
Let's just do this once, Brian. Let's just do it, okay?
What's up,
Bubba? Okay, hold
They're
on.
in second grade. They don't even get A's and B's yet. It's like E's and S's.
Army.
Okay? U's.
Boom. It just takes you to the Bubba Army HQ. Well, it takes you this over here.
Hold on to those. Go. Scroll down. Who are those?
Those are search
Linda
for.
Hogan,
Heather Clem, Tyler Clem. People.
A bunch of people you're not allowed to talk about on this show.
All
right, I didn't clear it for second graders. I was, that'll never happen again. Next time I get in front of a second grade class,
I'm not giving you anything to give out too either. I mean, like you're on your own.
But I got seven.
Unless you got Seth Kushner merch,
St. Pete Legend merch.
But I promoted the brand.
No, you did a great job, Seth.
You never said Bubba the Love Sponge.
It's on the sunglasses, Bubba.
What do you mean I never said Bubba the Love Sponge? I said that stuff. What, you don't think I said Operation Pigmentation? I said it very fast. There was things that I knew that I had to say, but I wasn't going to stretch it out so these kids could actually remember. So I was like, yeah, Bubba the Love Sponge show, okay? So I was like, yeah, I work on Operation Pigmentation. Those barbers, they work down the street. How great am I?
Yeah, hello, who's this? Sponge. You're on the air.
Damn it.
Hey, Bubba, it sounds like to me Seth sold you out, man.
Yeah, he did. He sold me out. He did, but I knew it was going to happen. Phoebe actually put the squash on the whole deal. Because, God forbid that little Phoebes is associated with a bad guy.
Oh, my God, Seth. We are not sending this to my daughter's school. We have to face these parents. We're not going to get invited to any birthday parties this year.
Exactly.
What the hell?
And God forbid that we're associated with that scumbag Bubba.
It's not even that. It's just like these kids don't even – what's the point? It's just stupid. And you're giving them a duck. That's like grooming.
And if they Google him far enough, they'll find his seedy past, and that means you're associated with him.
They don't need to listen to videos of girls peeing into coffee cans.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to go there. I don't think you can find that anymore.
I had a tough spot. They had me go right before the kids went to lunch, so they're rowdy. They're thinking about what they're going to get.
They're hungry.
It's the sugar's running low, and I couldn't keep their attention. And and then not to mention that, Bubba, and there's no exaggeration here, this little prick, Babyface, is calling me nonstop. Like,
twice.
Like you thought that he would, like, I thought that he got hit by a car and that I was the only person that he could talk to because I said, call me after 11:30.
You said at 11:30.
I said, call me after 11:30 and we can talk about the break. And it's 11:30 and he's blowing me up. And then I look at my phone and then it threw me off even more.
Because I'm sitting in the card shop and I'm a busy guy. I'm taking my lunch break.
I'm molding the youth. You're in a card shop.
And I'm trying to find out what the hell to buy.
Do your research.
And you did say you'd give me a call after 11:30, but I wasn't waiting for that call. I was there, and I needed to know what you wanted me to buy for the break. But I ended up just calling an audible and doing my own thing.
If Lummy was going to Little Walker's school, he would have brought those ducks. Lummy would.
Would you have, Lummy?
Yes.
Then the question is, why did you not sign up for Great American Teach-In so that all of Walker's kids...
Because Walker's not in school yet.
Oh, well, that's a good reason.
Walker's 4 years from school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back. I'm picking up from school today. You want me to show up with ducks? I'll show up with ducks.
Great American Teach-In. Let me teach these little kids the two-finger cul-de-sac McGillicuddy gimmick.
I'll give up the parents ducks.
It's okay, buddy.
I'll shovel up their hoo-has, Bubba. What do you want me to do, man?
Well,
what do you want from me?
You're just not proud of where you're from. But it's okay.
I couldn't.
I'm proud of you.
Bubba, I lost the second grade class. I lost them. They didn't care about
and
me.
right when you were losing them, you're like, hey, I know I got 10 more minutes, but guess what?
If you guys pay attention,
Seth,
at the end, you'll get a special prize.
I pulled out my Webben-Yamas. That was all I had left in my bag.
You gave away Wembies?
No, I showed them, and they still didn't care.
They asked for an Mbappe.
And then you should have said, hold on, whoa, what I got here? I got ducks. I got ducks, guys, that are black, and better yet, black ducks. I got black ducks with Bubba Army logos. Everybody gets a duck.
But I did. Everybody get sunglasses. The crowd went wild for the sunglasses.
But the ducks would have been the biggest kids. So whenever we go to the arcade, and my daughter sees that little duck claw machine, it's like boom. It's a moth to life.
And then it would have been this, man. Your little Sammy's class is out of all the classes that had the Great American Teach-In, little Sammy's class is the only class that got ducks. Everybody else in the school would be so envious, be like, oh my God.
They got the sunglasses and they got WNBA and football cards. I covered both sexes.
I know, and so as you were losing them,
I believe in two sexes.
As you were losing them,
yeah, I lost them completely.
That's when you should have brought out the ducks when you were losing them.
I never even.
You're losing them. You're like, oh, one more thing, guys. I got ducks for you to play with.
Yay.
Ducks!
Oh my God, your dad's the coolest, Sammy.
Yeah, look at the ducks.
I love ducks.
All right, you know what, pricks? You know what some girl did say to me?
Blame that on Phoebe, man. That's all Phoebe.
You know what a girl said to me? It made me uncomfortable. She said, I wish you were my dad.
Wow.
That's a compliment.
Well, I know. It's a compliment.
Does she even have a dad?
Well, I didn't do follow-ups, but I was like, oh, I was like, oh, man, this... I would kill.
Have your mom call me,
Phoebe. I love you, Phoebe, and I always got your back, but you did me dirty, honey.
That's okay. I'm not having my daughter at school knowing where their daddy works.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Paychecks. When it's time to put up or shut up, she takes away my duck.
Mm-hmm.
What the duck, Phoebe?
Oh man.
Sorry. It was a golden opportunity.
No, man.
If I didn't do that, I would be mad at myself. You would be mad at me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no, dude. It's it's all good. It's great.
I'm so sorry about those.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm very sorry about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Like, I feel terrible.
You
for
should.
You. Like, that's like 3 really bad ones in a row that you've had from product that I've bought you.
I know. Thanks for everything.
Well, what makes it worse is I've had good ones.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's definitely made it worse.
Like, remember I had to trade you the Caleb because you couldn't even pull a Caleb, and I pulled a Caleb?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're really rubbing it in.
No, I'm commiserating with him because I know how bad it is to get shitty product from a break. Like that time I opened up that WWE thing and I only got like 3 numbered cards, and then there was that other time that I got that $80 Wemby. But I'm just remembering all my breaks in here have been pretty good.
You've definitely anything that you've opened up in my presence you've definitely done better than not have done. You've definitely done.
I got, even though it was a mediocre auto, I got that auto from the. I don't buy a lot of product.
Yeah, no, I don't either. That's why. I mean, this is why. I mean, Jesus Christ. Could have got a fucking Derek Lively numbered fucking PSA. Sorry, I like Derek Lively.
For $40.
What's up, Rudy?
30.
I saw a Ja Morant 2022 National Treasure autograph out of 5 going for $760. Active auction, like still.
Like, oh, that was the bid?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's gonna go higher than that.
Yeah. What do you think that ends up at? Like 800, 900,000?
You mean 8, 9? You mean 100,000?
No.
8 or 9,000?
Yes. No, 8 or 900.
No.
The 2022 Ja Morant National Treasures.
900,000?
No, $800 or $900.
Oh.
900,000. You think I'm?
I think it'll go for over 1,000.
Really?
Yeah. Fuck, man. Well, is anybody in here? No. Lummy?
Yes, sir. Just listening to Brian really give it to you.
I was gonna just say that I know you're the boss. This guy's really wearing me out, man.
He's smelling himself. He's bragging about all the curves.
He's your guy.
Well, could you maybe just keep him away during hot mics, because I have to also do the podcast with them, and I just got to still stay in the zone.
I just started thinking about when you were outside throwing up and you just wanted to have a full conversation with him.
I know. Between that and the fucking Target conversation he got me in yesterday, he really loves talking to me when I don't want to talk.
Looks like it.
Oh shit.
Ordered. What time should the strippers come on Friday? For the
Probably about 10.
10 o'clock sound good?
11.
Warsaw might still be playing. Yeah, they're on Central Time, right?
Yeah, 11.
Bubba's gonna get a lap dance while watching a high school football game. Sorry. Sorry, I thought that was way more funnier to me. Okay.
You're on a lonely island, my friend.
You're on your own island.
Yeah. Gila Island.
Well, I'm fucking rubbing myself through my sweat shorts right now, boys.
Phoebe and I's got full heat too.
Let's call her up.
She'll live.
Call her up. Let's hash this out on the air. You don't have a hair on your body.
You gotta remember you was elder yesterday, big boy.
Oh yeah. I had it anyways.
No, it's okay.
You want to call her, Bubba?
No. What the fuck?
Ask her why she put the kibosh on the ducks. No, I want to know. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Nope.
Man, you got to become MAGA Bubba, man. This beta bitch Bubba.
Wow.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Looks like Trump. Is it me, or does he seem like he's a lot less of a dick this go around? Early on. I think the old Donald Trump may not have went to the White House, but he went to the White House yesterday. Joe Biden invited him, and it seemed like everything was pretty cordial, right?
Yeah.
I think it was.
He looked happy. Biden looked, wow.
Well, that's some good camera work.
That's great.
Was their whole conversation public, or did they talk
No, it
in
was
private?
It was private.
Oh, okay.
Mr. President-elect and former President, thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you. And looking forward to having like we said, a smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So
Good.
Welcome
Thank you
back.
very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate very much a transition that's so smooth. It'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim.
You're welcome.
Oh, wow.
Unlike the transition that I had. I mean,
that was actually that seemed genuine, man. That
Sounds
was
like,
listen.
Joe, why haven't you threatened to assassinate Kamala?
Joe, I know that you've already blown in a call for Kamala not to validate the electoral college. I did the same call to Pence. Didn't seem to work too good.
If you need some gallows, we have some extras.
But you're right, Seth. I mean, it's very...
Damn, I got goosebumps. That was so
yeah.
That was
non-American the last 10 or 12 years.
Yeah.
It'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Hold on, they're ready. Hold on. Let me see here. They're ready to just quit the meeting. Just one little.
Well, that's just the moment for the press, and then they go back. And that's
they,
it.
they said they talked in private. They said it was
So there are a lot of things
talk
to
about the
gather.
Middle East.
Yeah. And then,
so is this a point, Brian, where maybe maybe Biden can kind of
get him up to speed.
Get him up to speed on some pressing issues.
Well, I fully expect the war will be over before all the wars will be stopped before he enters office, because he said he could do it. He didn't even need to be president. He just needed to get elected, and he would do it the very next day. So,
well, I mean, okay, let's say that maybe that doesn't happen. But don't you think that? Hold on, don't you think that all wars are on notice that he is now won, and things could get different?
I want to know, how cold is it right now in D.C. that they got a fireplace crackling in the back?
That fire was really
was
blazing,
going.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, let's single out Ukraine and Russia. Do you think, that Putin, it's I'm not going to do my Putin impersonation, but do you think Putin's okay?
I can't understand it unless you're doing your Putin.
I got him coming in. They supposedly have a decent relationship. I don't think Biden has ever really had a relationship with Putin at all. Trump has. Do you think Putin knows, okay, they've
been texting, I think, Putin and Trump.
So, I mean, do you think that Joe took him down to the special ops room and got him up to speed with just things that are happening?
Yeah, well,
is that what yesterday was?
As soon as you become president-elect, you start receiving the daily security briefings.
Okay.
So there may be, certain conversations that they had about, this is who my person's going to, this is the person I'm going to need to talk to this person in your administration about this.
But he's been meeting with people. He met with Zelensky. He met with Netanyahu. He's been meeting with people throughout the process, So I feel like Trump's very plugged into those things.
Yeah, I think it's more just the transition, getting passwords, things like that.
Passwords?
I'm joking.
In those few moments, which is why it's important to see all of them. We hadn't heard from Biden. We took it so quickly. So you've got to see that exchange between two people who really were in quite the epic political battle. Not just 4 years ago in 2020, but fast forward up until June 27th, and that debate that basically destroyed Joe Biden's opportunity to stay atop the ticket for the Democratic Party.
Brian, let me ask you a question. Would it have been worse for the Democrats had he stayed in and been the candidate?
Oh, God, yes.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Because they already took an ass whipping.
It wasn't going to go. It was
even going to be more of an ass whipping?
It was going to be bad, Bubba.
I mean, in the end, I think it's going to be, they're going to end up losing the popular vote by 1.3% is what it's going to work out to. So it was. I mean, still a huge shift of 3 to 4 million voters, independent voters that switched from Biden to Trump this go around.
And when you hear the president-elect say politics...
but now I think as of yesterday, they validated that they're now the majority on both the House and the Senate. They'll have that for 2 years.
Yep, they have no excuses. They should be getting everything done that they promised.
I think they have that for 18 months or something like that.
Essentially 2 years.
And so does that literally mean when I think did Barack have that for his? I think Barack had that for half of his first term.
Trump had it for 2 years. Obama had it for a couple years. Biden, I think, had it his first 2 years.
Is that when you just sail stuff through?
Well, you're supposed to be able to get stuff done. I mean, you have a mandate. You should be able to get your most popular things and your easiest things done.
What do you think? What do you think he gets done? Let's say. You're obviously, and by the way, in 4 years from now, if we're still together, if we're still talking, if we still have a show, hard telling, Lummy, it might just be me and you, Lummy, the only ones that maybe me, you and Macho Man. But Brian, you can't miss a presidential election show.
I've already got it on my calendar for 4 years from now. I'm going to get a full body scan the month before. I'm going to make sure
maybe
that
take the day off work the night before.
Yeah, I'm going to
really get a good night's sleep. Maybe take half of a totem pole.
Yeah, it's going to be no way.
Yeah.
I'm going to be here.
So I need now that you're here and present, I need not your smart ass shovel face.
By the way, I gave all the nurses Bubba Army ducks while I was in the
rhetoric.
Good job.
But I need your Brian right down the middle, fair and balanced political opinion on his first 100 days.
I think he comes out guns blazing. So it's going to be executive order Palooza day 1 and 2.
We get the Epstein list. We get the Diddy list. We get the UFOs.
You're not getting the Epstein list.
He said we were.
I know he did, but then he backtracked on that, and he said, that he's never given a definitive answer on that, and he skirted that question the few times that I saw it actually asked of him when he gave an answer. I think they will move forward with legislation to try and vacate ACA. The Affordable Care Act.
Which is Obamacare.
And I don't know that they have a replacement in place. But
man, I hope they don't do that.
That's a nightmare stuff. I mean, that's not what you want to see.
I mean, I don't know that he's equipped to have an alternative for that. Meaning, I think everything that he does in his first 100 days, or even in his term, is that he needs to have if you're going to stop something in its tracks, you have to have a better alternative. And I don't know that he's got I think us as Americans are going to be fighting healthcare for the rest of our natural lives. It's always going to be an issue, but it seems like the Affordable Care Act has now survived It survived both of Obama's administrations. It survived Trump's administration, and it survived Biden's administration.
Well, Trump tried to take it out in 2017, and John McCain saved it with that famous down thumb vote that he gave, but when Trump did it, then they had no plan to replace it.
So what?
They were just trying to get rid of it.
I know, but when you get rid of it,
so this is the problem.
Does that put the people that get insurance under the Obamacare, so to speak, does that just put them into the regular insurance marketplace and they pay full freight?
Well, there's various things. Like, one is I think they'll be insured for whatever their contract of insurance is. So if it's usually a year, so however much time they have, but then those insurance carriers can now change their plans and alter the way they do their business. There's a few things they don't have to do. They don't technically, under the law, have to cover anyone with a pre-existing condition. So they can insure you, but say, oh, you have cancer and you need a new insurance policy? Well, we're going to pay for everything but your cancer treatment. And they're allowed to do that if the Affordable Care Act does not exist, because it's the Affordable Care Act that prevents insurance carriers from doing that.
I mean, we're getting a slow build-up on Twitch. Did you see that? We're at 213 right now as people are transitioning over to Twitch. You got about 30 minutes or so to get over to Twitch while you can. Twitch.tv/The Bubba Army as we're doing a raid today.
Did you bring up that tax on tips thing, Brian? Do you think that's going to be something he tries to do right off the bat?
Yeah, Brian, is that doable?
First, to me, it's kind of silly.
I know, but hold on. Hold on. I single-handedly think he won Nevada because of that. I really do. I think that not that he needed Nevada after it was all said and done, but he lost Nevada before, and he got out there in Nevada, started running his mouth, and I really don't think he even really thought this through. And he's like, let me tell you something. I mean, we're gonna go ahead and do all the service industry. This is the king of service industry. And how would you like to have no tax on your tips? That's right, all the dealers out there, all the servers out there, no tax on your tips. I think it was something he blurted out that kind of got away from him, and then she started emulating it. But I mean, is it really doable? I think it is. Or does it turn into an absolute shiz show?
I think it turns into a shiz show because so if you're not taxing tips, if you're not taxing something, then somebody doesn't have to report it as income. If you're not reporting it as income, then you potentially could qualify for federal and state benefits. It's an interesting question. Income is taxable in America. If tips are excluded, do they still have to report all their tips? Because there's a lot that goes
There's a lot to work out. So you're saying it couldn't be really like a day one thing?
I don't think it's a day one thing at all. I don't think he can do it with just an executive order. I think it requires congressional action.
Well, secondly, it's going to be an IRS absolute accounting nightmare, meaning like they may have to even like develop some new, like 1099, like they may have to develop some type of new category for income. Like, you have a K-1, you have a 1099, you have a W-2. They may have to come up with a whole nother system that just is your tips. So what you got as a salary could be on your W-2, and then you get like something like a 1099 on your tips, but that's not taxable, but it goes to your total income. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it ends up being, I think, somewhat of a huge IRS issue.
Well, it just there's issues with it. I'm not saying it's undoable. It's a little more complicated than just saying, no tax on tips.
Is the president in charge of the IRS too?
Well, it falls under the executive branch, but a lot of their directives and rules those are legislatively set.
Right, but I'm saying it's still under his umbrella, like the military and everything. Well, everything's under his umbrella at the end of the day, isn't it? FBI, CIA,
anything from the executive branch would have been anything that any agency that carries out the laws.
Does he go in and gut the FBI and the DOJ and all these people that have just absolutely preyed upon him? FBI probably being at the top of that. Do you think he just goes in and guts all that out? New directors.
Oh, yeah, there's going to be massive turnover in these agencies. You'll see people resigning or switching positions and things like that in advance of it. And then there's going to be a lot of turnover. In these agencies, that's not uncommon with a lot. Most presidents changes in parties see a change in leadership in various branches.
Neil outplays you 1,000 bits. Did you see that?
Offices.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you didn't.
Well, I didn't know we okay.
Yeah, no problem.
We don't count 1,000.
Oh, we don't?
No, it's 10,000 for $10.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know the rules of this.
I know. I'm sorry, Bubba.
So, Brian, day one stuff, like, does he start building does he pass fracking day one? Does he open up the pipeline, the big pipeline that made it, that we had like almost 3/4 built?
Yeah, those are the things he can do easily with executive
day
order.
One.
Yeah.
Obviously, day one's going to be a ton of border stuff.
I think he's going to pardon a lot of January 6 people. Not all, but a lot of January 6 people on day one.
Does he pardon Hunter Biden? Or does Pops do that prior to Donald putting his hand on the Bible?
I don't think Pops is going to do it.
They probably talked about that yesterday, you think?
I don't know. That's interesting.
I mean, like Pops.
I bet they did. How could you not?
Hold on, Pops can Pops not at any moment's notice from now till the day that Donald Trump gets sworn in, he could pardon Hunter, could he not?
He could. I'd be disappointed in him if he did.
Yeah, but you know what he could do? He'd be like, listen, I could do it. It's going to look bad, but Don, can you do it for me, bud?
I don't know that Don's inclined to do any favors for Hunter Biden.
I don't know, man.
He said he'd look at it.
We had a report where he said he'd look at it.
Well, he talked about, back in the day, he said he could have, put Hillary Clinton in jail, but he thought it'd be a bad look to have, president's wife in jail, and so
he ran on lock her up.
Well, I know that's what he said.
Don runs on all kinds of things.
I
Brian, you know that.
I only know what I hear on this show. So, so now Don said, when we played it the other day, he said that he would be open to pardoning him.
Yeah, he did. He said that.
I'm just saying, when those two went behind closed doors yesterday, I would have to assume that would come up.
I would too. I would say Joe would be like, hey, Don, I could pardon him, but,
New amount was there $50.
It might be a shot in the arm for you to do it.
No, I think what the conversation is, hey, Don, let's make kids off limits. So I'll get the Dems to agree to never go after your kids for anything that they may have done illegal.
Well, I'm glad you think you're in charge because you're barely alive, and you know what? None of the Dems even like you anymore because they replaced you, buddy. So don't tell me what you're gonna do for the Dems. Now, if it was Hillary in here telling me some stuff, maybe I'd listen for the Barack kicker. But you ain't got nothing to do with nothing, Joe. Just get me up to speed on what country you're gonna try to blow up, so I can come in and fix it now. Okay.
Trump went in there. He's like, I don't want to deal with your body double. Let me get the real Sleepy Joe out of his chamber.
Do you think Trump's going to give Taiwan to China on this first day?
I don't think Trump likes. I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know where he stands on the Taiwan-China thing.
He said we need to protect Taiwan.
Yeah, I think he's anti-China.
Yeah.
The guy he pointed to, defense secretary, is completely
everything is trouble with
anti-China.
America is because of China.
Which is,
he's always blaming China. He hates China. China. Isn't he going to put now? What about the abolishing of the IRS with a 20% tariff kicker?
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Here's Trump, I guess, talking about potentially what they spoke about.
That people in D.C.
We have some breaking news right now.
It's an interesting pick. We want to go inside the Oval Office.
As you can see, Lemmy, I'm having buffering problems.
This won't happen under my administration.
You'll have
fastest internet.
Faster
In many
internet.
cases, not a very.
Now they're gonna give me.
Of course.
What the hell? I don't even have that many screens open.
Oh no, he's slowing down on the backstretch.
Oh.
You were doing so well today,
I
Sponge.
know, man. This is the first technical I have had all day.
Man. Oh man,
Just
the
doesn't
Twitch numbers just dropped to 100.
Did they really?
Now
No, they're at 255.
Now this French girl's never gonna love you, Bubba.
Oh, she's gonna love me.
Booba.
Ooh, my ooh la la. That's what got me.
Oh my goodness.
Was the ooh la la.
She's probably watching.
Well, she knows that we're big fans of her.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know what her name is, but Atenly. We're going to be rating you at about 9:55. Hopefully,
your door.
Hopefully, you're broadcasting and you're streaming at 9:55 because I'm right now at 2:58 and I haven't even shut down X, Facebook, YouTube, or Rumble. Those I haven't even had. I think my prediction of 500 to 600 might be dead on.
She's not on yet. So do we have her number or email to text her or email her?
In France? 563.
WhatsApp, dude. Hello.
What's that?
WhatsApp?
I don't know why I'm getting. I don't know why
I don't think we're talking to her, Brian.
No, we're not. We're just going to stream.
Wait,
her.
we're not going like live on live or anything like that?
No, Brian. He types in chat and then waits for her answer like a real good pervert.
Oh.
Hey, listen. You want your ass kicked, bitch?
Yeah, come kick it, you dumb hoe.
Oh, Bubba, get him good for the duck thing. Take it out on him.
Well, I mean.
No.
Whoa.
I don't even care anymore.
He's got a gun, Seth. You better sit down. I don't want to catch a stray.
If I do what I want to do, it's going to be problematic.
Bubba,
If you hurt my toe, that's going to be problematic.
Bubba, October 31st at 9:10 a.m. You said Seth has one coming from Bubba. So Seth has one coming.
And then he gets up and gets all up in me.
I know, and you just sit there like
if I literally do what I am capable of doing.
What are you capable of doing?
Bubba, they're saying online your new nickname's Triple B. Beta bitch Bubba, sitting there taking it from alpha male Seth.
Don't even listen to him, Bubba.
So if I go over there I go over there and I hit him, or I push him,
my wife texted
or I push him, and he hurts himself.
Right.
He's going to be so mad, maybe quit the show. Just completely ruin the content house.
This is just like the kids that act up in Walmart and know that their parents aren't going to hit them.
I think that this shows restraint from me.
Yeah, but that restraint just leads to more and more disrespect. It's like the kid that screams for the toy in Walmart, and their parents are like, "Yo, it's okay, Sethy. I know you're having a bad day."
Okay.
Are you pushing for a hit?
So here's what
he's definitely working
here's
against
what you
me
got.
today.
You got one coming.
Again? Another one?
At some time during the content house, you got one coming.
Is this addition to the other one you have?
No, just one, but
okay.
It's going to be more intense than the initial one was going to be.
Oh.
Why don't you just take it out on during dodgeball?
No, not going to be during the dodgeball.
You're going to crunch my genitals with your bare hands?
We're all going to be playing with dodgeballs. Bubba's going to have a pocket full of 9-volt batteries.
I mean, okay, listen. What? I can kick his ass. I know I can.
I don't know. Seth's pretty tough, dude.
All right, stand up once, Seth. Let's just see how tough you really are.
Imagine the French girls watching this
Seth's...
right now.
Whoa!
What's going on?
Oh, my goodness! Bubba yoked him up. Uh-oh, they went down. I don't see them now. I think they collapsed. I don't know. Bubba has emerged. He's laughing. I do not hear anything out of Seth yet.
The last time this happened,
I told you it'd be bad. I told you it'd be bad. And everybody challenged me, including him.
He did stand up again. I wasn't expecting him to do that.
Babyface, last time this happened wasn't good.
Content House is canceled.
Do you remember that, Babyface?
Seth still has not returned to his microphone spot.
Let's get back and get a report from him.
But hey, that counts as his one coming, right?
That's right. He has. We're even.
So now he has nothing to fear at the Content House.
We're even.
Then I think that was totally worth it.
We're even.
Because if I was Seth and I had one coming and I never knew when it was going to come at the Content House, I would not have showed up to the Content House.
That was the one that we're even now.
Seth, how do you feel about this, buddy?
Did you feel the power?
What did I do to get that again?
You stood up and bitched me out.
You did stand up.
You stood up and said, "What are you going to do about it, big boy?"
I did?
Yeah.
Man, I blacked out during that. I'm sorry. I didn't even know I said that.
Hold on. Am I right or not?
No, you absolutely
He
stood up
got
to him.
in my face.
Yeah.
Well, Seth, the last
And he
time...
said, "What are you going to do about it, big boy?"
Seth, that kind of was the same thing that you did on October 31st. You flicked off...
You double flicked me.
No, 3 times.
And I let that
Very
go.
aggressively and threatening, which is you threatened Bubba, which got you one coming.
Well, I will say the worst part of that, besides the pain and going down on the disgusting floor, was definitely when your forearm was in my mouth. That was really unsettling.
How'd it taste?
It's fun. I want to cuss.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Dude, I gotta do a fucking podcast with this
I know,
guy.
It's only 30 minutes though.
That's your champion. That's the one that you've built up. You got a 3 franchise system.
Why?
with
He's
him.
fucking canceled.
You got breaks. You got blizzards. You got fucking.
Wait, I don't have to go to the
this guy
Content
up.
House?
It's your own fucking doing. You've built him up to be the arrogant fuck that he is.
No. I've always been this arrogant fuck.
No, not with no.
I got a lot to think about, guys.
Dude, you have a lot to, and I hope you don't quit because you did challenge me. I got.
I don't know what a challenge is. I've never challenged anybody.
When you get up,
it was a mistake.
I mean, I'm going to YouTube right now. I'm looking at YouTube. I mean,
Babyface, why are you so against Seth today?
I'm not against him. He stood up to Bubba. Like, Bubba's gonna sit there and just take. That would have been, I've never done that to Bubba. I've never been dumb enough to go right into his space and say, "What are you gonna do about it?"
And I had to get him. I had to chuck him in the chest. Then I put a semi-rear naked on him.
Yeah. Wow. Look, this is MAGA Matroni, man. Even if my friends are in trouble. If you don't pledge 100% loyalty and fealty to me, you never know what's gonna happen.
But Seth did take it like a man.
Seth, we think he did. He's not here right now.
I think I
heard the Ford start up.
Yeah, we heard the Ford Hemi start.
Did he take his backpack with him? Because if so, this may be it.
Well, it looks like the Onion bought InfoWars.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did it really?
Yeah.
How much?
How much did it pay? I'm looking at it. It just came out.
That is awesome.
I'm a little jacked up right now.
Yeah, your adrenaline's flowing. Yeah, they won the assets.
Hi, Tina.
Oh, so the Onion didn't have a lot of money to do it, but they got some of the families to agree to forego parts of what they're owed by Alex Jones, so that increased the value of their offer. That is genius. Wow. Bravo to whoever was the legal mind that thought of that.
So what do? You say, okay, so your judgment's not nearly as much.
Well, they didn't want one of his friends buying it and then giving it essentially back to him.
We were thinking we were going to hear the Ford Hemi start up and pull out of here.
No, I tell you, I just,
But they are saying you took it like a fucking man. On chat.
Okay.
Chat saying he took it like a man.
Well,
I mean, he had a gorilla fall on top of it.
I can't lie. I've been looking for chat validation for a long time.
You did get silverback. That's how gorillas fight.
I don't really even know what happened.
I love it. It's like I ended up on this disgusting floor.
And he was down there for a while.
Now listen, I'm not being anti-Semitic, but that's the Jewiest thing that you could have said in that incident.
He looked like Aaron Rodgers tweaked his fucking. He was down for about
the Jewiest thing you could have said was, and then I ended up on the dirty floor. I mean, this is where we walk.
I am so fucking sick of this guy. I am so fucking sick of him, man.
You've built.
You've
created this brand.
I told Lummy to keep him away from me during hot mics, so I wouldn't get tired of him by the time we're doing a podcast.
I know he wears you out in the fact like you don't even have any inkling.
I was literally throwing up, and he's shooting this shit with me about Paulo Banchero. I mean, fuck.
He wears you out where you don't even want to do a podcast.
I don't want to do anything. I don't want to even live,
you
man.
Go home.
I'm gonna take these cards you bought and just fucking go open them myself, keep the cards, and then say, "What are you gonna do about it, bitch? You gonna come to my house?"
No, I just would never work with you again on card breaks.
Exactly.
And that would be great because that's what you want.
That's exactly what I want.
Long term.
I want to drive him away while I enjoy myself.
Yeah, and get a couple free cards.
Free cards is all I need. I can find
that could be your severance package.
Baby
from
faces
him.
are a dime a dozen out there. I can find some annoying fuckboy.
All right, Lummy, we got to figure out how we do this.
Oh, we gotta figure out how we've been promoting this for 3 days.
9 minutes before, he's like, "Oh, how the hell do we do it?"
Do we need Brett to come in here?
No.
We probably do.
I don't need nothing. I just need to realize we need to bullshit a little bit, and then.
Do you really know how to do it, though, Bubba?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lot going on in Bubba world right now. It's the day before the Content House. I've already jacked Seth down to the ground. I will tell you this, man. All of chat, the general consensus on chat was Seth took it like a man. Like he had, he took it like a man.
And I think if he had wanted to resist, it could have gone a little differently.
Yeah, well, had I not.
Shut up, bitch.
Had
boy.
I not.
I'm saying you're a tough dude.
I surprised him with my double chest hit to get him off.
I don't know what he did, man. I don't know what happened. I just know that his arm was in my mouth. I was on the floor, and it hurt.
And the floor's dirty.
I mean, yeah, and it was tough.
But
to
here's
get
the deal.
back up.
Here's the big. Listen, here's the big.
Ric Flair in my death match.
dirty floor.
Here's the bigger issue, Seth, is that you can see now that you've created a monster with this guy. And during hot mics, he just nips on you all day.
Yeah.
Nip, 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 to the point where, like, he wears you.
It's a nonstop nip fest.
He wears you out. So that when after the show, when you're supposed to sit in here and do a 35 or 40-minute Blizzard podcast, maybe with a break kicker, you have zero mental energy to deal with this dude.
It's 1 day a week. Don't be such a snowflake. You know,
no,
that's the thing.
But it's 4 straight hours of just schmarmy, shovel-faced nonsense. And you direct a lot of it at Seth. Like, you know, because I don't know why. Well, because you guys are best friends. I mean, you know, from calling him at the Target checkout to him.
I was wanting to have a conversation with him. He clearly didn't. He wanted to get the hell out.
Poor guy went through hell.
I don't talk when I'm in aisles.
He'd already
There's
been,
nobody around you. You were by the trading cards.
He'd already been rejected by 37-year-olds.
Chat has said that you called every day this week, Brian, so it's not just one day.
I did not call every day.
Not only did you call every day and you're starting to smell yourself, but you got into a full-blown Twitter war with Alex Stein.
So do I need a timeout from the show? Should I take the content house off? Is that what we're coming to the consensus
No,
of?
we're not saying that.
Because it's going to be 2 days straight of babyface, and I don't know how that's going to go.
Can't go worse than today.
It can't go worse than today.
Oh, challenge accepted.
Oh, geez.
What do you wear to bed?
What?
Yeah,
what do you sleep in?
Yeah, what do
no,
you
typically if I'm at home, I've got like the old school boxer briefs. No, boxer shorts. Sorry, boxer shorts.
You wear a shirt?
with just a T-shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the shirt guy.
I'm a shirt guy.
Hello, you're on the air.
Bubba, Hitman from Orlando.
Hey, Hitman. By the way, everybody right now needs to start jumping off of our numbers, Lummy, on all forums should start dwindling because I need you to go to our Twitch page now, twitch.com/The Bubba Army. I need as many people. How many people we got over there, Lummy? We
350?
got 350 people over there. And we're going to do a raid on this 21-year-old girl from France who doesn't have very big viewership, and we're here to help her. It's our Twitch Thursdays. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Bubba, first of all, thank you for helping that young lady. That's nice of you in the show to do that. I have a question. Going back to the insurance, Brian, real quick. What is it about insurance companies that makes them believe that they can put an act of God in their policies? Does that make, I mean, think about this. Clearly, if you have faith, you believe there's a God, sure, but not everything is like that. And do they use that to get out of paying for new roofs and shit like that? I mean,
Well-
how can they call that?
I think they're trying to insure against stuff that is uninsurable, like sometimes it's an asteroid. Sometimes they have terrorism clauses in there that they won't cover damages caused by terrorism. So there's a lot of crazy stuff in exclusions.
So, like, if you'd have like a high-rise building and a terrorist would bomb it, and it was a terrorist act, then they could be possibly not have to cover it.
Unless you pay for like the terrorism rider. Yeah, I mean, they're in the business of making money, not paying it out. Remember that insurance is kind of a scam. It's kind of a scam,
Okay. Well, it's just crazy to believe that they could blame an act of God on something when clearly, maybe it wasn't. And who are they to say, let's force religion into our insurance policy here? But thank you for your answer.
I don't think it's religion as much as it's just like they're using catastrophic storms under the God umbrella when realistically they should just say catastrophic storms, but it's easier just to blame God.
Or the gays if you're Pat Robertson.
Yeah. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
For that. Have a kick-ass weekend, guys. Thank you.
You too, man. Come see us at Davenport Ale House, Orlando, dude.
Content House. Seth, you okay, buddy?
No.
Oh, man. I've got a lot of apologizing to do. I'm going to have to give him a Caitlin Clark.
Do you have a Caitlin Clark?
I've got 2.
You do?
I only get them in pairs.
He's just rubbing in my face because I don't get Caitlin Clark.
Well,
he's like everything
listen,
he does, Bubba, is a little dig. And
hold on. You don't think hold on. You don't.
Well, I'm just letting the audience know too that everything he says.
So
hurts.
finally, you're feeling my pain because everything he does. I mean, but he doesn't emulate you. He emulates me.
I don't know what he does in his free time.
No, but like
I walk around my office doing a set.
At least.
I'd love to hear it.
Hey, let's hear your Seth.
Hey, everybody, what's up? We need to get some more trading cards in here, and I need more money.
Yeah, okay. So far, you're on brand. Okay. What else?
And my wife hates my job.
Okay, right.
Well, she doesn't hate it, but she's embarrassed by it.
Right. You had an opportunity to bring the ducks with the QR code, and Phoebe pretty much squashed that, didn't she, Seth? I'm talking about fake Seth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She, whatever.
And then earlier this week, you had some anxiety and you threw up. Oh, that was last week.
No, I'm not going to make fun of Seth's mentals because that's not cool, but whatever.
He clearly was mental when he challenged. Lummy, 470 people.
We're on
now.
a hype train right now. Do you have it? Do you have a Quad City
Man,
DJs?
just like the old days. It feels good.
Come on, it's a hype train. We're
good.
level 3. Hulk us up.
Yeah. So should we now maybe completely turn off Rumble, YouTube, like
Don't turn them off, Bubba. Don't turn them off.
You're good.
You keep them on?
Just keep everything on. Yeah.
All right, so just keep everything on.
Yeah, we'll rate her.
I mean, people can join, multiple platforms.
We're up to 475.
I mean, I'm on all 4.
I've got 3 pulled up right now.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and minimize all my screens. I'm still on, but I'm just gonna concentrate on the Twitch screen.
Level 4 hype train, Bubba. Level 4 hype train.
And we're at 481. I wanted to have 500. Now have we seen
490, Bubba?
Have we seen if she is
The big
on?
buck, 1,000 bits. Yeah, she's on.
She's on.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, so
she's on, we're on. Look at we all
Neil
got something in
Mount
common.
1,000 bits. Cable Dog 1,500 bits.
Why are you stealing Lemmy's job?
Rat, you there, buddy?
He's not doing it.
We don't do hype trains anymore, and we don't call it 1,000 bits.
When we don't do Twitch anymore. I didn't know.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, well, you want to
Now-
just call hundreds?
Now, do you two shut up?
I do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Rat. Thank you so much for standing by. And that Babyface. Now Babyface has got heat with Lummy.
I'm trying to get myself kicked out of the content.
My God.
Can we
Seth's ready to quit the Blizzard podcast immediately.
Oh, it's
he's already
over.
emailed me and said I give my notice on the Blizzard.
I've Tuttle's replaced Babyface. It's over.
All right.
We've got snowflakes on
all right,
deck.
So we got 520 viewers. Now, do we ever, I guess we don't really...
Bubba, what are you
have an
nervous?
opportu-
This isn't
No,
a date,
what
dude.
I'm saying is, she's not gonna.
We're just
she's
go in. We should put our balls out there. Our beanbag. We put it on our French table.
I guess
we say, here we are.
I guess I can communicate with her, Rhett, by sending her a message, right?
Is she on right now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
she's
on.
live.
Oh, awesome.
All right, cool. So, Rhett, let's go ahead. Thank you, everybody that's on our Twitch channel right now. Twitch.tv.
544.
We got 544, which is great. And you know what, guys? Maybe give her a few bucks. Maybe buy
a sub.
Buy a sub, or give her a few bits and say, hey, hashtag the Bubba Army. Whatever.
You guys don't have to give her money. Just showing up's enough.
Yeah, just showing up and following her. Maybe buying a sub.
I mean, I think giving her $5 is kind of cool.
Now, Rhett, when we raid, are we in the room too?
I think we're in there.
I mean, you can. Yes. I mean, after our stream is over, you can watch it. You can watch it now.
We're raiding, Bubba. It's happening.
How do I? Okay, so Rhett, go ahead.
It'll happen once our stream is over.
All right, cool.
It's been started. Yeah, you can pull up her stream now and talk with her if you want to. There's a bunch of people already been in there.
How do I do that?
Joe's been in there for like 2 hours.
Well, I'm sure he has. Probably jacking it. How do I pull hers? How do I pull hers up, Rhett?
You just click on her name.
Do you know her Twitch channel? Do you have it? The link that you posted?
No, I do
So
not.
when you do the raid, though, if we're in our channel here, it'll just move us all over there?
Oh,
Or do I have to do something active?
No, it's when we end our stream. So when our stream ends, all the live viewers on our show will be redirected to hers.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead. And so at the end of the day, Rhett, what I can do is I can end it, and then I can open up I can open Twitch back up and then go to hers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to just end the whole show?
Yeah, let's just go ahead and hold on.
Well, Jesus.
Well, why wouldn't we
We
keep
have some
the show
affiliates
going
here.
and just end our Twitch feed and go into her room while we're still on the air?
Okay, so listen.
Okay, so we'll just turn the Twitch feed off then.
Mach, just tell
If
me.
you want to pull it up and watch her reaction, I'll turn the Twitch feed off here in a second.
No, but I want to rate it.
Yeah,
We are.
That's
going to
be the
our
raid.
Twitch
We
feed
have to
off.
turn off the Twitch feed. That's what I'm saying. While we're still on the other platform, so people can see the reaction.
All right,
Brian is correct.
What do I need? Tell me what I need to do. I'm ready to end the show.
There she is.
There
We're in
she
there.
is. We're in her.
Oh.
I don't see nothing on my screen.
She's going crazy. Unmute her, Bubba. Unmute her.
All right, here's my screen. How do I unmute her?
Well, you're watching yourself.
Oh, he's still watching himself? Oh, I'm watching
All
her.
right, so
Watch me watch myself.
All right, so let me send me a link to her.
We're watching her. I'm going to I don't have a link.
You don't have to have a link. Did you close?
My phone will lag.
That's me, but you got some time.
I know, buddy, but I don't have a link.
I just sent you a link.
Okay, thank you. Here we go. Let me thank you.
She's got a hype train.
Now, do I end the show and hit the? Do I end the show?
Let's talk to her.
No, I mean I can end the show and still talk to her. Privately, right?
Yeah.
All right, so do I hit the button, Mach, to end the show?
Oh, yeah, Macho.
Just do it. We're ready.
Macho.
It's a little early, but yeah, we can do it.
No, it's not. It's 56. It's Macho.
They leave us at 56:20. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
So I just hit the button. Jesus. You guys. I'm going to go watch this girl. And, all right, see you later.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire.
Jesus, let me, the outro's so goddamn long.
Time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
All right, so. All right, so let me see here. Where? Oh, here we go.
Well, I woke up as usual at like 11. I went to the bakery, typical French morning, got a croissant, and they coke with me.
What's that, Lummy?
It's so sunny, my God.
What's that, Lummy?
Oh, sorry.
Please speak up. I can't understand Lummy mumble.
I was talking to Brian. I thought we were done.
Some cream. The Raiders? I don't know. Wherever.
She's like, all of you are from Las Vegas, the Raiders?
So,
me reading in Wikipedia after what is hype train on Twitch.
she doesn't know what a hype train is, Lummy.
I'm fine.
Of course.
Bonsoir.
Most girls don't know the first time they have a train
But
run
I
on
see
them.
French
So.
people.
They wake up and they're like, what just happened?
And I think we're following her, right? Yes.
Bubba can give you everything in America.
Yeah. Bubba will take you as... Would you take her as a wife, Bubba?
Everything. Well, maybe a throuple. I'd say ask Merce Crick if we could, maybe, whatever. I'd say, hey, Merch Crick, you got two options. You can leave or you can let me, bring this one in a little bit, help out.
Tell us about yourself. Well,
is that called a throuple?
Yeah.
I can do a throuple with her.
Hey,
From what should I start?
Annalie, can you make a croissant for me?
So, originally I'm from Ukraine, but it's been more than 2 years.
We heard it. So let's find out some information.
Like, what do I do for a living? I enjoy my life. I'm a student. I already finished the university in France, but I can't work here with my field because, my French level is rather low. Yeah. In my free time...
She's Ukrainian, right?
Yeah.
Professional dancer as well.
Professional dancer?
Here, what is my aim on Twitch? I just really want to find my people to communicate, to be cheerful, to give the positive vibe, to stop the overall depression.
Oh God.
And for you.
Don't mention depression. You already got triggered, Seth.
Ask her if she'd like to come to America.
Does she have her shots?
Yeah, thank you. That's a huge option for me, actually.
Have your passport.
300 followers. Well.
Are we on the air, Bubba, or are we just talking to ourselves?
Yeah, we're on
In 10
YouTube.
minutes.
We're on everything.
Thank you for the follows, guys. Really appreciate it.
We're not on terrestrial, though, are we?
No.
Okay. I said, do you have your passport?
Здоровья.
Do you have your passport? Do you have your shots? Do you want to come back to America with Todd?
Oh my God. Here we go. The haters of the show.
Yeah.
Did you Google Bubba? Yes, I already did.
Yeah, she Googled me, so.
I found his YouTube as well. And I was just a little bit on his show today, so yeah.
Oh, she listened to a little bit of the show today.
I was that ghost.
Oh, she goes.
Thank you. I don't know cheer. What is this? But thank you.
I think she's high.
Can you jet ski?
Oh my God.
Once in my life I've tried.
Jet ski.
Thank you for the. Oh.
You guys,
not a professional.
Someone just said, "Send Seth your panties."
Bubba eats French toast every single week.
Seth, how disgusted would you be if you got a pair of dirty panties in the mail?
Not dirty, hot French ones.
I'm on the edge to die.
I can't
Jesus,
comment on other
thank
people's
you.
panties.
Oh! Thank you for cheers. I don't know. Cheer, what does it mean? Please explain.
What?
She doesn't know what cheers are.
That's money.
We've made a big mistake.
What do you mean we
Do
made
I
it big?
go?
This is exactly the kind of we want somebody
She
that's so
doesn't-
naive and just like so.
She doesn't even know what she's
I
getting.
do.
Oh, thank you for
You do-
bits.
Yeah.
What is bits?
Cheers are.
This money's
They're
going,
giving you money.
it's going straight to the Zelensky.
Cheers are money. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, amigos. What's going on? Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Cheer. One. The chat is just crazy. My god, that is.
Let's see if we can get at least 500 followers. I think that was her goal, right? Let me.
We're 17
Oh,
short. It's not
and
looking
the woman
good.
himself.
The
is
numbers in the
is
room are
here
dwindling down to
where-
333.
Please.
Come on, guys. At least follow her. At least follow her so we can get her up to 500. Then we can get out of here.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
now, I can afford
She
buy
got 10
like
subs.
a house made from baguettes. So
She's gonna buy a house with these 86 chairs.
thank you, thank you a lot. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
she got a lot of dimes and pennies.
Oh la la.
Ooh la la.
Oh,
How is it
8,233
going
bits
for
she
you?
got during that hype train.
That's $82.
And
I'll
3
see his
subs.
message.
Bubba Army Grunt just came big with 314
What is
bits.
How many
BARP,
bits she get
please?
in a hype train?
8,300.
What will you do today? Well,
Here we go. What are you gonna do then?
actually, due to the fact that we do live in different time zones, like it's almost evening for me. So like I will celebrate. I will celebrate. I'm like, I'll call my mother saying, hey,
Who's going to make her
we
plus,
got the
their plus
million,
one at
so-
BARP?
Yeah, who's gonna cable dog this? I think we found out you're +1.
Yeah, but she won't believe, like, no, I'm not looking for a sugar daddy. No, not my type, guys.
Nobody in the Bubba Army is her type.
Viva le Trump.
Yeah,
Oh la la.
please be a gentleman, please.
Austin
Thanks.
Wolf wants to know how she can throw a brick through a window.
And be high on cocaine.
Thank you for the follow. Wow. This is going to end. That is just hilarious, really.
All right, so we're out.
Oh la la.
Okay. Glad things went
Do you want to
well.
come to the USA? Yeah. Oh. Thank you so much for the beads.
The beads.
I just like the color. It's like pinky and green.
Holy
I'm such a
shit, get me
girly
outta
girl.
here.
All right.
Get me out of here.
We're out of here.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
I know.
No, I never visited your country before. Never ever. Like, it was so far away from me. Please keep in touch. Like, appreciate. Like, guys, just come. Do you have your password?
Oh shit.
What?
Girl.
Do you have your
boy, oh
passport?
Boy, of course I do. How am I supposed to live without a password? Huh?
Oh, she said, how am I supposed to live without
Come
a
on,
passport?
guys, let's get. Well, really, we're almost 5.
Come on, guys, get to 500 on her, and we can get out of here.
Yeah,
Okay,
come on.
so at 500, we're out. So please, and that's just a follow.
Yeah, that's a follow. That costs you nothing, you
costs
cheapskate.
It costs you nothing.
I want to go. So
Please.
to follow her.
Please.
Jesus. Florida here in the USA.
If anybody cares
Someone
about
told
me,
me that
If anybody cares about Seth's
Please.
mentals, chickens, the whole 9 yards, please. 17 away from 500.
Yeah, but I
Seth
think all 306 people that are still in here have done it already.
Californian girl.
Nope, there's a couple more.
Yeah, we're at
I had
14.
to follow.
Thank
14.
you.
Let me hadn't followed.
Hold on, now,
Seth, did you follow?
Have you followed yet, Seth? If you follow Seth, that's even closer.
All American girls. No.
We're down to 14.
Impossible.
Yeah, I
I
followed
think
her.
so.
All right, 13. We got 13
Sorry, I'm
left.
late. No, you shouldn't be sorry, guys. Emily caught compliment.
Bubba was promised nudes if he got her to 500.
Bubba was right.
11. Let me. We're 11 away. We're 10 away. 10 away.
Tasteful nudes are coming.
Airtight ski pool. Joe from the west side. Give me a follow.
It is a compliment.
Down to 10.
The real John from Naples. I'm only 10 away. 10 away.
Just do it so we can end this.
It's all French bread and quoi? You sound like a Californian girl.
I need some content here.
Italy was
Down to 9. What the hell are people waiting for?
Guys, please. I have a family. I'm not asking for anything but
Twitch.tv, and it's ATENLY.
Guys,
that's her screen
I'm
name.
throwing axes today.
ATENLY.
Yeah, you don't need to be stressed out.
92.
ATENLY. A little Ukrainian girl, now lives in France. She's 7 away
she's
from,
cute as hell.
Brian, would you not think that she is cute as hell?
She is like naturally beautiful.
Bubbly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's give her all her money.
Well, even 6 Mark is a mark.
Somebody asked her if she's looking for a pay pig.
No, please.
I know that some of you actually
No.
speak Spanish. How many languages do you speak? So basically, of course, my mother tongue is Ukrainian.
One more.
Then English and French. Oh, what is this? What I'm like, amazing.
All right, we're gone. 500.
500. Everybody out.
Mach, hit me a music.
So many triangles.
Hit me
like.
a music bed. You got my music bed covered up, Mach. So hit me a music bed so I can.
Oh.
I got pot 3 and 4.
I was supposed to. Oh my God! I have even more than 500 followers. We'll love you.
She'll be down to 250 tomorrow.
Thank you, Jesus.
Keep watching her.
Jesus didn't have anything to do with
Say
this.
that it is
The Antichrist, Bubba did. Say it.
Please.
Yeah, make sure you tell her Bubba's the guy that did all this.
Bubba.
YouTube.
Bubba.
Congratulations.
Go to our YouTube.
Beautiful smile. Thank you so much.
Tell her to get a hold of me somehow, way, shape, or form.
Oh,
Tell her Bubba will fly her over to Tampa, Florida.
Dan messaged me. He said he needs a new front desk girl.
No, not this song.
I need a thruple action going on here. She can clean all day, right, Lummy?
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah, exactly.
On the show. Which show? I'm ready for the show.
She wants to come on your show, Bubba. You need to direct message her, slide up in her DMs, and get her onto the real show. It'll be compelling.
Right.
Tell her not to laugh so fucking much.
She looks like when she's like that, she's cute as hell.
Oh, she's cute as hell. Yeah, yeah.
And
No,
that
I
accent.
mean, no, she's a cute 21-year-old girl. They all look like that over there, man. They got a lot of beauties in Ukraine and France and.
Seth is having an anxiety attack. He has to do a blizzard with the baby face.
I'm gonna go smooth things over.
All right, we'll see you guys later.